Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
And do we have any public speakers here to address the closed session agenda?
Mayor, we don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any public comments electronically on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So I'm now going to close the public comment session on the closed session agenda, and we will recess to closed session. Everyone, I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilmember Leon?
Present.
Councilmember Bacaba? Here. Councilmember Meeks?
Here.
Councilmember Fessel?
Here.
Councilmember Leon? Councilmember Diaz?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz? Here. Mayor Aiken?
Here.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
Thank you. So the first item on our agenda is our mid-year budget workshop. City Manager, can you please introduce the workshop?
I'd ask for a report from Director Moreno, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. Today I'll provide our mid-year budget update, and with me is our budget team, Deanne Lean, Arlene Roa, and Yvette Ramirez. We'll start with a brief introduction to the city budget, including an overview of our funding sources and how we spend those resources to provide core city services and fulfill our long-term obligations. We'll begin with the adopted citywide budget, then move our focus primarily to the general fund. I'll review the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget and provide a general fund update with early projections on how we expect to end the year based on what we know today. Following, we will review some current year accomplishments and highlights relating to citywide projects and services. Then we will discuss our fiscal year 24-25 budget outlook. And finally, we'll end with a look at the budget calendar and what we expect in the coming months. The adopted budget of $2.1 billion provides strategic core services and service enhancements that continue to strengthen our neighborhoods. The City of Anaheim budget is comprised of many different funding sources. This chart shows the biggest portion of our overall budget are within funds that by their nature are restricted for specific activities. Our enterprise funds are used to fund operations for our city's water and electric utilities, solid waste and sanitation, golf courses, and the convention, sports, and entertainment venues. Special revenue funds are primarily funds awarded to us by other governmental agencies for restricted programs such as the Housing Authority, Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, gas tax and roads, and workforce development. Capital projects funds are primarily funded by other governmental agencies for restricted projects such as street improvements and infrastructure. The internal service funds are used to track costs for internal services such as employee benefits and insurance, fleet and facility maintenance and replacement, and information and communication services. The costs of these services to the department are also reflected within the other funds as they are recorded as department expenditures. The remaining restricted funds and other general purpose funds represent only 5% of the city's overall budget and have similar restrictions in how they are spent. So what remains and is highlighted on this chart is the general fund, which makes up approximately 22% of the total budget. We focus most of our attention on the general fund because this is where the bulk of our discretionary funding comes from and how we fund our core services. The general fund adopted budget will be our focus for the remainder of the presentation. General fund financial sources represent all sources of income available to support governmental services, including both revenues and transfers from other funds. General fund sources for fiscal year 23-24 were about $590 million, with 76% of the revenues from taxes, including our big three revenues, TOT, sales taxes, and property taxes. The remaining revenues include fees and permits, business license, and other revenues. General fund financial uses represent the total obligation in the general fund, including both expenditures and transfers to other funds. General fund uses were adopted in the amount of $597 million, more than half of which is personnel services. So let's take a closer look at our key revenue sources, beginning with transient occupancy tax, or TOT. Visitors to Anaheim pay a tax of 15% on their hotel, motel, and short-term rental stays of 30 days or less. The tax is locally controlled, and the city keeps 100%. TOT is collected monthly with a 1-month delay from when the tax is paid by the visitor to when the city receives the revenue. TOT is our largest source of general fund revenue and is driven by visitors to the Anaheim Resort. The adopted TOT budget for fiscal year 23-24 is approximately $236 million, or 40% of the general fund operating sources. This graphic shows TOT revenue trends from fiscal year 16-17 to the current year. Here you see the low of the pandemic in fiscal year 21 and the recovery to pre-pandemic levels in fiscal year 22. While our adopted budget anticipated revenues of $236 million this year, with continued growth and modernization of our TOT regulations, we expect to finish the year at about $254 million. As I said, much of the growth in TOT this year has been due to the modernization of our TOT ordinance. Measure J was approved by voters in November 2022 and authorizes the collection of TOT on parking and other room-related revenues, as well as collection of the full room rate from online travel companies. Because of these new TOT revenues, monthly increases in some cases have exceeded 30% from the prior year. We expect TOT to normalize now that Measure J has been in effect for a full 12 months. Moving on to our second largest general revenue source, sales and use tax is a tax applied to the sale of taxable personal property. Examples include clothing, furniture, food products, vehicles, and gasoline. Entertainment, sporting events, and services are not taxable. The tax rate in Anaheim is 7.75% of retail sales. The bulk of sales goes to the state to fund schools and other state-supported programs. The city receives 1% of every dollar spent in Anaheim. So for example, on a $40,000 car purchase, $3,100 in sales tax is collected and $400 comes back to the city. Taxes are collected by the state quarterly and paid to the city in 2 monthly advances and a quarterly true-up. Anaheim has a diverse and balanced economy. About 30% comes from general retail, and the remaining 70% is almost equally shared among the food, transportation, construction, and business-to-business categories. While the tax base is diverse, we are seeing weakness in most sectors, including general retail, transportation, construction, and business-to-business. Food products makes up 20% of our tax base and is expected to increase 3%, and miscellaneous is projected to increase 22%, but that only makes up about 1% of our base. The adopted sales and use tax budget for fiscal year 23-24 is approximately $112 million, or 19% of the general fund operating sources. This chart shows the sales tax revenue trends from fiscal year 2016 to the current year. As you can see, the drop in sales tax was not as severe as TOT during the pandemic due to diversification of the revenue. Although numbers are above pre-pandemic levels, this year is projected to be about $7.8 million under budget at year end due to slowing across most sectors of the economy, as discussed previously. Moving on to the third revenue in our big three, property tax. All real and tangible personal property in the state is subject to a property tax equal to 1% of the value. The county collects the revenue and distributes it to taxing entities. Our share is approximately 20% of the 1% basic levy. So for example, in this case, if a home has an assessed value of $880,000, the 1% basic levy would be $8,080, and the city would receive approximately 20% of that, or $1,760. The balance is shared among other local taxing entities, including the county, schools, and special districts. The adopted property tax budget for fiscal year 23-24 was approximately $101 million, or 17% of general fund operating sources. This chart shows the recent property tax revenue trends. Property tax is the most stable of the big three revenues, but the least robust. We have seen consistent growth and expect to exceed budget by approximately $1.2 million. The remaining revenues make up 24% of the general fund budget. Here's a breakdown of the remaining revenues and the adopted budget of $140 million. The largest piece belongs to fees and permits at 31%, and these revenues are designated to pay for the services provided. They cannot exceed the reasonable cost for providing that service. 11% of other revenues are intragovernmental service charges. These represent fees for services provided by one department to another. For example, Public Works receives revenue from utilities when they perform street repairs on their behalf. Business license and property transfer taxes make up 6% of the total, and refunds and reimbursement revenue make up 5%. The balance includes intergovernmental revenues or revenue from other agencies, fines, forfeitures and penalties, and the use of money and property. The use of money and property made up a larger slice of the pie due to the planned use of the working bond proceeds in the amount of $16.6 million. Other revenues are projected to be higher in the current year, but that is largely due to public safety grants that bring offsetting expenditures. Now that we've seen where the revenue comes from, let's take a look at where the money goes. This pie chart represents general fund uses, which include expenditures and transfers to other funds. Over half of our uses go to keeping us safe, which includes police and fire, which is typical of local government. Then you have providing the necessities, which includes public works and public utilities. Ensuring quality of life includes community services and planning and building, and then we have the supporting activities. The green areas represent the expenditures, and the blue are the transfers. Here you can see that a small portion of the transfer goes to economic development and other funds, but the majority goes to support debt. The bulk of that debt is for two things. The largest is the resort debt, or lease payment measurement revenues, LPMR, that is determined by formula. These are amounts equal to a specified portion of TOT, and then sales and property tax increment on Disney properties. Besides that, there's a convention center debt and a small piece for other neighborhood improvements that were done when the convention center expansion bonds were issued, and finally, the working capital bonds. Going back to the green portion, this table shows how the expenditures are divided. Police makes up 40% of all expenses, fire roughly half of that at 23%, community service is around 10%, planning and building is about 10%, 7%, Public Works is about 7%, which maintains their maintenance of effort to continue receiving Measure M grant funding. Then there's public utilities at less than 1%, which is mainly for streetlights and a little to support the 311 call center activity. Finally, you have the administrative and supporting activities, which make up the remaining 12%. So here we have the general fund 5-year forecast that was adopted in June. General fund sources, less the use of the bond proceeds, were $573 million, and uses were $597 million, with a deficit of almost $24 million. In March 2021, the City Council approved a plan to issue deficit bonds or working capital bonds of $138 million to address the structural deficit from the pandemic. The bonds were initially projected to last 2 years and intended to balance the budget, preventing dramatic budget cuts. When the resort reopened, revenues rebounded more quickly than expected, and a portion of the bond proceeds remained, allowing us to balance the structural deficit. The adopted budget includes the planned use of $16.6 million of bond proceeds for the current year. Let's take a quick look at how we project it into the year based on the trends. TOT, property tax, and other revenues are projected to exceed budget, while sales tax is estimated to be lower. Despite higher revenue, expenditures are also trending higher. Salaries and benefits are higher, as our other operating costs. Transfers to other funds is largely related to LPMR and is also higher. And after all that, the net result, no change from the adopted use of bond proceeds. I'll turn the budget presentation over to our budget manager, Deanne Lee, for the departmental highlights. Deanne?
Thank you, Debbie. Community Services continues to invest in the park system with new facilities and improvements to existing parks. 3 outdated play structures were replaced with new, brightly colored playgrounds at Ross Park and Citrus Park. The 3rd playground at Peter Marshall Park was built in cooperation with Kaboom, marking the 16th partnership between Anaheim and Kaboom. Last August, as part of the city's celebration for Chicano Heritage Month, a new mural was painted at Little People's Park with the name of the park in bright colors and images celebrated in the Chicano culture. A ribbon-cutting ceremony was held in January for the new Brookhurst Teen Center. This 735-square-foot teen center is adjacent to the existing Brookhurst Community Center and will provide teens with a positive, nurturing environment for social and learning activities. For the first time ever, a tree lighting was held on the steps of City Hall. The 32-foot tree was lit in front of over 1,000 people and remained lit for all to enjoy throughout the holiday season. This year's adopted budget included funding to increase programming and services to Anaheim's residents aged 55 and older. Expanded programming will be centered around new engagement opportunities, including access to food, transportation, education, technology, health and wellness, fitness and recreation, among others. In all, 8 city facilities now house a team of dedicated staff that support our older adult population and are responsive to their needs. Funding for the expansion of library services was also included in this year's budget to provide library services 7 days a week in each region of the city. Residents now have access to additional community programs, services, and resources throughout the weekends. In the area of public safety, Anaheim Police and Fire Departments play an integral role in keeping our communities safe and prepared in the event of an emergency. The police department has continued its efforts to be innovative and strategic by leveraging training, information, and technology to maximize its use of resources and increase efficiency. One of the biggest shifts towards achieving success has been investing in employees by providing them with relevant and engaging training and supporting them with clear guidelines, policies and procedures, and best practices to better serve our community. The Real-Time Crime Center aims to provide real-time intelligence and tactical support to patrol operations. By utilizing trained personnel to monitor calls for service, live camera feeds, automated license plate reader data, and remote-operated devices, coupled with data analytics and processing solutions to integrate data, Anaheim Police Department can share mission-critical information internally and with other public safety organizations and process key information through various law enforcement databases to gather actionable intelligence. This information is then shared between the Real-Time Crime Center and responding units, giving them real-time support to identify, locate, and apprehend suspects. At the beginning of fiscal year 23-24, with the support of the City Council and City Manager, a partnership was established with the Anaheim Union High School District to provide safe schools investigators to the city's high school and junior high school campuses. 6 investigators were selected, trained, and deployed throughout the district through a shared cost agreement. Additional agreements have also been reached with the Placentia, Yorba Linda, and Orange Unified School Districts, with the selection of 2 additional investigators expected in the spring of 2024. Once these positions are filled, all high school and junior high school campuses throughout the city will have specially trained law enforcement resources collaborating with district personnel, campus staff, and students, and dedicated to providing a safe learning environment. The implementation of Anaheim's Fire and Rescue Ambulance Program has generated nearly $11 million of transport revenue as of January 2024, an increase of $4.5 million since the same time last year. The program has provided dedicated paramedic, EMT, and ambulance services for key events. Additionally, the program has allowed for training opportunities to educators and staff at Anaheim schools on opioid identification and treatment, as well as the distribution of life-saving medication and CPR AED training to other city departments. The fire department has also added 3 firefighters to engines 3 and 6, which restores our responding engines and trucks to a 4-person crew, resulting in increased crew strength, the ability to neutralize emergencies, and allowing for faster and more effective emergency response times. 3 captains, now designated as safety officers, provide a more robust margin of safety in emergency incidents by dedicating a company officer to complex, large-scale, multi-company incidents. The battalion chief, who directs and coordinates large-scale emergency incidents, can use the dedicated safety officer to help provide safety oversight during an emergency. Now some highlights from those departments providing the necessities are Anaheim Public Utilities and Public Works departments. Anaheim Public Utilities continues with the construction of its groundwater treatment project. Currently, 3 of the 9 well sites are operational, restoring more than half of Anaheim's access to lower cost and sustainable groundwater, with the remaining sites scheduled to be operational this summer. The majority of project funding is through a reimbursement agreement with the Orange County Water District, and Anaheim Public Utilities was recently notified of a $5 million grant through the State Water Resources Control Board that will lower the overall project cost. Anaheim Public Utilities is in the process of hardening streetlight infrastructure in response to over 100 incidents of vandalism and wire thefts in 2023. When repairs are made, tamper-resistant materials are used to secure streetlight wiring. Furthermore, Public Utilities is partnering with the Anaheim Police Department on initiatives such as having cameras installed along major roadways where multiple incidents have occurred, as well as reaching out to residents to encourage the reporting of incidents. On February 7th, 2023, City Council approved the Clean California Maintenance Agreement in partnership with the California Department of Transportation, which identifies specific mission-critical maintenance services to be performed on and around the state right-of-way within the city's jurisdictional limits. This beautification program focuses on litter collection, community engagement, and education to mitigate the trash accumulation on California streets and highways, causing unsightly roadsides. The agreement is to remain cost neutral as the state will reimburse the city for its costs incurred. Approximately 189 tons of litter, equaling about 378,000 pounds, have been collected in Anaheim. Services have been extended across various locations, including the 91 freeway, the 5 freeway, 57 freeway, Imperial Highway, and Beach Boulevard within city limits. Street rehabilitations, such as the South Street rehab, 3 segments of Euclid Street, and 2 segments of Weir Canyon Road, were completed this fall and winter and consisted of resurfacing the road with an asphalt concrete overlay, removal and reconstruction of ADA access ramps, curb and gutter, concrete sidewalk, and replacement of traffic striping, traffic signal loops, and pavement markings. The new roadways provide a safe, smooth, and durable surface for better driving conditions. And finally, some highlights from our planning and building and housing and community development departments. The Disneyland Forward project would allow already permitted development to shift across Disney properties to provide immersive entertainment and facilitate investment for the continued long-term growth of the Anaheim Resort. Review of the project began in 2021 and is scheduled for public hearings in April, following a series of public presentations and workshops with the Planning Commission and City Council. The OC Vibe project, a mixed-use and entertainment project on 95 acres surrounding the Honda Center in Arctic and approved in 2022, officially broke ground on the roadway improvements that will provide the circulation system for cars, pedestrians, and bicyclists to and through the project. Review of the plans for the first phase of vertical development is underway. The Housing and Community Development Department continues to creatively leverage resources to assist individuals who are in a situation between being shelterless and being self-sufficient, and to add more units to the supply of affordable housing in Anaheim. Construction of the Miraflores project is underway and is expected to be completed in the summer of 2024. The project provides 85 affordable housing units for extremely low, and very low-income families. 8 of the units will be made available to homeless families. The construction of the Center of Hope Apartments, a permanent supportive rental housing community, was completed in September 2023. The project provides long-term housing solutions for 70 extremely low-income individuals who are exiting a chronically homeless condition. Lease-up of the units is currently underway. This is just a small sample of some of the department highlights and of the great work that our departments are doing in the community. So now I will pass it back to Debbie to continue.
Thank you, Deanne. As we transition towards a new fiscal year, there remains a lot of uncertainty in the economic forecast. There are a number of indicators that suggest we may be on the verge of a recession. That makes the fiscal year 24-25 budget development particularly challenging. We see the positive changes our operating departments can make in the community, and it is our priority to maximize funding available to support our core services. Here's a brief look at what the preliminary proposed budget might look like when it's finalized in May. The first column shows the difference between our adopted fiscal year 23-24 budget and our current year projections, or net change. As mentioned previously, TOT, property tax, and other revenues are projected to be higher than budget. Unfortunately, sales tax is projected to be lower. Labor and other operating and transfers to other funds are projected to be higher, again, resulting in no change in the projected use of bond proceeds. The highlighted column shows how the preliminary proposed budget could change from year 2 of the adopted budget plan, while TOT, property taxes, and other revenues continue to be higher. The decline in sales tax, as well as higher general fund uses, results in a larger deficit and use of more bond proceeds to balance the budget. We're projecting to have nearly $40 million in bond proceeds remaining at the end of fiscal year 24-25, which can be used to balance future years. Here's a brief look at the budget calendar for the next few months. Departments submitted their proposed budgets for fiscal year 24-25 in February and March. In April, we'll have meetings with the city manager to review those proposed budgets. And at the end of May, we'll publish the city manager's proposed budget for review by the city council, the Budget Investment and Technology Commission, and the community. Story maps also will be available for users to explore the proposed capital improvement plan online and see where projects are planned throughout the city. We'll then hold budget workshops and visit neighborhood meetings in June, concluding with the budget adoption on June 18th. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We're going to do public comment after. Are there any initial questions or comments by council? Okay, seeing none, we will accept public comments on the workshop. Clerk, can you please call forward any in-person speakers to address the workshop?
Mayor, we did not receive any public comment cards on the budget workshop, and we did not receive any electronic comments.
Okay, thank you very much. So with no speakers on the workshop, we're going to close public comment. Are there any questions or questions or comments by council? Councilmember Meeks.
Can you go back to slide 25? So I understand it. So the first column is the projected 23-24 budget. And then the proposed 24-25.
So this is starting with the 5-year forecast that we had, that we adopted. And so what we've done here is we've outlined under projected fiscal year 23-24, those are the changes that we've described to close the year, which results in no net change at the end. They just all happen to offset. And then taking that and looking at next year, we did the same thing so that you can see that we would be about $6.6 million more, need more bond proceeds than we had projected last year. So it's just to give you a preview of where we might be.
Okay, so those are the changes, not the amounts, okay?
Correct.
Little arrows were confusing me because then some of the numbers weren't going up or going down. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Rubacalva.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Debbie, a lot of work, and thank you and your team. Could you go to slide 24, please? Debbie, you kind of rushed across that one pretty quickly, and I think only talked about the good. You want to tell us a little bit about the other two categories as well? I like good, but, you know, we have to be fair, okay?
Actually, we didn't talk in great detail about any of them because it's a whole mixed bag out there. So the good is that employment remains strong. We've got declining inflation. But the bad is, you know, it's a presidential election year that always brings some uncertainty. California's got a budget deficit. We've got slowing growth in the U.S. economy. And then, you know, on the ugly, you've got that the housing inventory is a low as a result of high interest rates. And then again, interest rates are high, so that's not good. That's, you know, part of what we believe is impacting our sales tax numbers is so that you had, you know, a lot of like in construction business or construction mainly during the pandemic where people were home and doing projects. So they kind of had a boom there. And now we're seeing those numbers start to fall off. Interest rates have remained higher for longer than people anticipated. So we think there's some holdback there. Fortunately, the feds have signaled that they expect 2 to 3 rate decreases later in the year. So that could help bolster some of that a bit. So it's just really a mixed bag all over the place. So that's kind of the highlights of that.
Thanks, Debbie. I just have one more point, Madam Mayor. And on slide 26, and you don't need to bring it up, but it's the budget calendar. And I'm always very interested in the Budget Commission and how that's working with you. And you're making regular presentations to them, I'm sure. You want to tell me a little bit about that process?
So we meet with them at least 9 times a year, maybe more. As a matter of fact, we'll be meeting with them again tomorrow night. So this time of year, we have once a month meetings, and in June, we'll likely have 2. So we've had departments present to them so they can ask questions. You know, we keep them up to date on what's going on in the overall budget. So they're getting lots and lots of info.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacalva and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you. Thanks, Debbie, for the presentation and for briefing us prior to the meeting. I have a couple questions related to some of the grants that we get from the state that help us with our housing development, and then also the Clean California that you mentioned. Do we anticipate with the state's deficit that we'll probably lose some of that funding in 2024, 25?
Yeah, we do anticipate that there's a chance of that.
And then do we have any ideas for alternative, besides the bond, leveraging the bond that we currently have, what are other revenue streams that we might be able to tap into?
That's something we'll have to take a look at, and then that was an item I believe that's identified in the strategic plan is to look at those. So that'll be something that we'll be working on in the coming months.
Perfect. Because I'm
And the fee study as well.
okay, and I'm concerned that we always go back to, well, when the LPMR is paid off, because it seems like we've already spent that at this point. But I mean, I'd be curious to find out if we've ever looked at potentially assessing. I know we don't currently assess parking in the resort district, but if we did assess parking, that could be a long-term revenue stream for the city to fund housing and other community-related resources. So I'd be interested in seeing what that would look like over time from a percentage perspective. So not a dollar amount, but maybe 3%, because that would grow over the years and not maintain flat. So that's just something I would like to see forecasted as a potential opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Member Diaz?
Thank you. So Debbie, we have a few bills in Sacramento that will restrict developers' fees. We have to take a look at that. One of them is SB 937 by Senator Wiener. That's gonna affect us. It grabbed my attention that a reduction of sales taxes, not just for this year, but for the next few years, kind of 10% in the next few years. That in kind is affecting California too, which the state budget is already in trouble. Another thing that will affect us is the state is proposing to close another state prison to balance the budget, or to try to balance the budget. In kind of gonna make us spend more money because this inmate is gonna turn out to be homeless. So it's going to increase police response, require more services from us. So what I'm trying to get here is that we have to be conservative how we spend the money. We are balancing the budget with borrowed money, and we have to be conservative how we spend money. And the ultimate final solution is to incentivize economic growth. That's what's gonna actually bring us to stability. But let's watch those few bills that are in Sacramento that will restrict the developers' fees. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Meeks?
Sorry, I had one other question. On one of the earlier slides, it showed property tax at 1.2 for 23-24, and then in 24-25 it was 5.1. That seemed like a big jump. Back to the earlier slides when you're doing projections.
That's because we've gotten updated assessed value estimates, and so those are up again.
Oh, so that's a real estimate. That's good. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions by council? I want to thank our team. I know a lot of work goes into not only briefing us, but into putting these together. So thank you very much for all the time to you and your team, Ms. Moreno. We appreciate it. So this is going to conclude our mid-year budget workshop. It is not yet 5 o'clock. This never happens. But it's not yet 5 o'clock, so we are going to just recess, and we are going to come back at 5 o'clock to start with our presentations. Good evening, everyone. So we're going to call the City Council meeting back to order, please. So the next item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Senior Pastor Philip DeCourcy from Kindred Community Church. Following that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Diaz to please lead us in the flag salute. So Pastor DeCourcy, can you please come and join us? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for the privilege. I certainly bring greetings from our congregation in Anaheim Hills. Trust you have a happy Easter with you and your family. I also want to thank the City Council and all the public servants. We're at the end of a $13 million refit of our facilities, and we're hoping to get our permit here in the next few weeks. We want to thank the city for working with us, and we look forward to entering the new building and serving our community for many years to come. Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we approach you tonight in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. We're mindful of his words, that he is the truth, the life, and the way, and no man comes to the Father but by him. And so we come through him, and in him we come to you, the giver of life and the Lord of history. And we acknowledge that in you we move and we have our being. We want to begin tonight in the fear of God. We want to reverence your name and acknowledge your governance of our life and those who govern us. And Lord, we do come tonight to thank you for the city of Anaheim. We thank you for this council. We thank you for every public servant. Lord, we thank you that the lines have fallen onto us in pleasant places. We thank you for this city, its history, for the sacrifices of those who have gone before us. We live this moment, but we're mindful we stand on the shoulders of others who have sacrificed greatly for us to enjoy a city that's growing, that's healthy, and is a good place to live. And so we come to give you thanks for this city and the education we can enjoy, for the entertainment we can enjoy, for the beauty of our surroundings. We thank you for bustling streets. We thank you for homes that are growing. And we just thank you that we live here and we enjoy the freedoms not only of this city, but this great nation. And Lord, we pray that while we want more and we desire for growth, that we would just pause as a people and cease from grumbling and mumbling and just give you thanks for what we do enjoy. We enjoy much more than most, and for that we give you thanks. And we pray for this council and this city. We pray for your favor and blessing upon it. We pray that as the council meets tonight, that they would enjoy wisdom and unity of thought. We pray that they would get to a consensus that would serve and suit the people of this community well, that they would preserve life, that they would punish evil, that they would bless hardworking families, that they would do what they do and get out of the way of our people to do what they do best. We just thank you for their willingness to serve, protect them, and help us to submit and serve them as much as we can. And Lord, as we come into this Easter weekend, we just thank you for the gospel. Thank you for the message that this weekend will proclaim across this city that death has been defeated, that sin has been paid for, that life has great passion and purpose. And may that take hold of our citizens, many who feel like giving up, many who are in hospital tonight or at home dying. We pray that indeed the message of eternal life and the hope of life beyond the grave through the resurrection of Jesus Christ would permeate their hearts and their homes, and our young people would grasp that life is purposeful and everything they do has eternal significance. And so we ask and we pray all these things in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Michigan Bridge of Christ.
Mayor, before we do our pledge, it's a group of employees that I want to recognize today. See, when we are asleep, it's a group of employees that are out there fixing the power lines. It's a group of employees that are there fixing the water mains, so we have water. When it's raining, it's a group of people that are unplugging the storm drain, so we don't have flooding issues, or being sure that the traffic is flowing. For those employees, they don't get enough recognition. I want to recognize them today. And with that, let's salute our flag. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless America. And that Michigan bridge had crashed.
Thank you, everyone. So we're going to start with some of our formal presentations. The first one, which is recognizing our amazing team at the Anaheim Public Library for their 2022 Foster Youth Initiative Award from the Orange County Business Council's Turning Red Tape into Red Carpet Award. The Foster Youth Initiative started in 2020 to meet the unique challenges facing our foster youth in Anaheim as well as in our neighboring cities. At the heart of the initiative was the We're Here For You library card that's available for youths up to 18 years old. The special library card allows foster youth to check out books and other materials without a parent or guardian signature or an address, things that we take for granted but are a unique challenge for our foster youth. The library also held a holiday drive and collected household items, clothes, and Amazon gift cards to give to these foster organizations. The library also worked with Covenant House for use of the Chromebooks at its Anaheim location, a partnership that continues to this day. So I'd like to invite up our team from the Anaheim Public Library.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is George Boutros with the Orange County Business Council. I'd like to invite Audrey Lujan next to me, the city librarian. As you know, in order to sustain a growing economy, communities, businesses, and policy leaders must work together. Inevitably, challenges arise, and we forget to celebrate what successes look like. But tonight, we're celebrating Anaheim Public Library's success. On December 6, 2023, Anaheim Public Library was recognized by Orange County Business Council as the winner of the Public-Private Partnership Award during our 13th annual Turning Red Tape into Red Carpet, an award series focused on recognizing those who cut red tape, streamline bureaucracy, create jobs, and promote economic development in the nation's sixth largest economy in the nation. Anaheim Public Library, partnering with Casa OC, Orangewood Foundation, and Covenant House, provided 652 We're Here For You library cards to foster youth and youth in need who do not have a permanent address and or cannot obtain a parent's signature. Although the competition for this category was incredibly tough, it was an honor for Orange County Business Council's selection committee to choose Anaheim Public Library as the winner for the Public-Private Partnership Award. Thank you for all that you do to support education in one of the county's largest cities. And it is my honor to recognize you in front of the Anaheim City Council to present you this prestigious award from Orange County Business Council. Thank you.
Thank you, George, for the prestigious award. But I am the Audrey Lujan City Librarian. I should have said that. Okay, Audrey Lujan City Librarian. But also, all of these kind of awards take a team. They take a team. I might have a great idea, but there's other people that have to actually do it. So, and we also have to have the support of our Library Board of Trustees, which you'll be hearing from in a few minutes, and our City Council. This City Council gave the library more money to open on weekends so that your families can come and participate in programs and get resources. Now, the real credit for this award goes to Monica Sanchez over here. She started as a teen librarian at Anaheim Public Library, and I said to her, I really want to do this. She says, so did I. It was a work in progress. It took us probably 4 years because getting through to social service agencies to get them to open their doors, and there's privacy issues. The fact that you're a foster care child is a private matter. So getting through and doing the work, the real credit goes to Monica Sanchez. So I'm going to hand her the award.
Here you So next, I have the distinct honor of recognizing Rosary Academy's girls water polo team for winning the CIF Southern Selection Division IV Championship. Now, I am extremely proud of the work of these girls, and it has been such an honor to recognize so many female athletes in my time as mayor. But this one is extra special because I am also a Rosary girl. Monica, our librarian that just got honored, also a Rosary girl. So it's so wonderful to have my alma mater in the house. And we want to recognize you for winning against Northwood at Mount San Antonio College. And I especially want to give a shout out to Alexis Velasquez, who scored the winning goal with 1 minute to go in the match. Congratulations to this amazing team and their coaches and your parents that I'm sure have driven you to years and years and years of water polo practice. So make sure you don't forget to thank your parents. If you guys could please join us up here, we'd love to recognize you on behalf of the city of Anaheim.
You all know the drill.
One, two, three. We'll do a couple. Look at this camera as well. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, and a couple more here. 2, 3. Perfect. Can we get one with your alma mater? Is it just make sure I get everyone's face. The first row, if I can have you just scoot down a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Ready? What camera? Sorry. 3, 2, 1. Also, like, if you'd like to come up for a presentation.
Bless you, girls.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. Michael Johnson here, the Chief Volunteer Officer of the Anaheim Family YMCA. We'll introduce Brent here, but we also have many of our dedicated staff members, some of our board members, some of our former presidents, CEOs here to support us, and really just want to thank the entire room for your support of the youth. We are, the city is really our primary partner. Without the city, we couldn't do any of the activities that we do for the tens of thousands of youth here. So I am supposed to be the hype person to hype it up for Brent, and he's got a quick slideshow for us. So thank you, Brent.
Thank you, Michael. And it's always good to be in the room where you're following, one of the greats in the YMCA, and Paul Andreessen, who set the stage and built the foundation. Again, I think every year, an organization should get stronger based on the lift that previous volunteers and staff members have contributed to. So I'm just the new guy in the room getting to do the great things that are ahead of us now. So again, I've titled this presentation, Building a Brighter Future. And again, it's an honor to be in front of you sharing. I said to Shawnee, for sure 5 minutes, probably 4.5, but some of the great things that we're doing and the impact that we're having right now in the community. So again, I want to thank the city of Anaheim for being our long-term strategic partner. If it wasn't for the city, we wouldn't have 500 kids in our basketball program. So thank you for the cooperation and again, seeing, the essence of building a strong community in complete collaboration in all that we do. Again, we have one of those programs that is kind of an unsung hero, but when you think about children and families, kids that go home and can go home hungry after school, waking up hungry in the morning, we have a food program where we're feeding approximately 2,000 children in the after-school space every day. And since we began the program many, many years ago, we've served over 8 million meals. And so just in essence of, when you think about all that an organization does, sometimes this is not one of the front runners, but I can't think of a program that means more to a child and a family where there's that food insecurity that happens all the time. Anaheim Achieves, again, we have been the leading entity, leading after-school programs from elementary schools to the high schools and the junior highs over the past 20-plus years. And again, we will continue, although differently next year in the fall, we'll continue to lead the after-school program in the high schools and the middle schools, but we will be collaborating with Anaheim Elementary School for additional after-school specialty programs, of which is an area like our basketball academy that we have in place right now that has produced incredible returns. So we look to also continue strong partnerships with all school districts. Avanza program, we want to always thank the Disneyland Resort for the sponsorship of this leadership development program, working on soft skills for the middle school and the high school students, preparing for them to be better employees. It's certainly an evolving program. We have another additional group of partners, but again, workforce development is evolving, and I think this gives us an opportunity to be current and relevant with these young people ready to move into post-high school education, if not immediate employment, or if not employment after they do finish a college curriculum. We Build People, again, this is our annual support campaign. We rebranded it 2 years ago. So again, a snapshot of this slide. This is where the resources go. So children that are involved in gymnastics and performing arts receive about 10% collectively of the resources. The youth and government children, I mentioned that in a previous comment, about 20%. The community sports complex receives about an 18% subsidy from the program. Volleyball, one of our fastest growing youth sports, 8%. Basketball, our largest youth sport program, 9%. Our aquatics, 13%. And then our overnight camping program, 22%. This past year, the level of financial assistance that we gave out to 767 children in our community was just over $70,000. So again, the motto, and I always come back to this, no child or family is ever turned away from for their inability for their family to pay the program price. So we use a sliding fee scale, and again, proceeds from the gala, which we had just a few fine Saturdays ago, our 5th annual gala, go to fund that $73,000. Our success to date. Again, I think this is a testament to the strength of our organization. Again, we've been in Anaheim for 113 years. So right now, serving over 4,500 children and adults at our community complex have a benefit from the facilities. 1,800 children now in youth soccer leagues, over 200 adults and youth in various fitness programs, 300 children in preschool sport classes, 540 in skill clinics in football, baseball, and soccer. And then this is an interesting number. We do serve into the adults, but over 2,000 adults are participating in pickup and adult soccer leagues. They're there at night when the lights are still on till 10:30 or 11 o'clock. But again, it's a growing need in the community. And we're there from 4 o'clock when the first kids arrive for soccer practices right till 10:30, 10:45 at night. And we plan on doing more. Our plan for the future. When our construction is complete, our new expansion will contain an innovative 3-court arenasium, fully covered and lighted outdoor facility, which will be hosting our basketball, volleyball, covered pickleball, gymnastics, and many, many more community events. There will also be 6 outdoor pickleball courts. The street hockey rink will have a permanent home, and that's being sponsored by the Ducks of the National Hockey League, in partnership with the Ducks. An athletic performance space so that young athletes have a chance to play at a higher level, be it a club sport, be it collegiately, or maybe one day another child from Anaheim will play a professional sport. additional parking spaces, and all inclusive will serve over 12,000 new children, families, and adults through the YMCA. Here's just a snapshot. The top soccer fields, those have been in place now for over 3 years. But if you see the next level below, the Arenasium where the Y logo is, that will be a covered space, but there'll be 3 high school-sized basketball courts. The 6 outdoor pickleball courts, you can see the Ducks logo, that's where the street hockey arena will be going around the perimeter of the pickleball courts. There's a row of additional parking, and then the green space over by the Arenasium, that's where the sports performance space will be. And then finally, when fundraising continues and when completed, there'll be about a 5,300 square foot administrative program building. Just another snapshot of some of the color renderings. Again, the Arenasium has so many purposes beyond sports. We think of teen dances, community movie nights, large outdoor events, potentially for about 1,000 people will be able to covered under the rooftop. So many, many more elements of community service. And then finally, a snapshot of the world's probably fastest growing game, pickleball. We're probably at a great time to be considering pickleball courts. So I've said to Jim a couple times, if there's people that want pickleball, let them know we have it coming. And then finally, we pay tribute, and we can't thank our major partners enough, from obviously the great city of Anaheim, the Samueli Foundation, Angels Baseball, Anaheim Elementary School District, the Orange County Soccer Club, the LA 84 Foundation, Disneyland, and the cities of Stanton, Buena Park, and La Palma, and Cypress. And along with, of course, and finally, the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. So thank you very much. We appreciate this opportunity, and more so, we appreciate this opportunity to continue a strong partnership. Thank you very much. This concludes my presentation. Is there any general questions?
Do we have any questions on behalf of the council? Councilmember Fussell?
Brett, thanks very much. Not too many years ago, when your predecessor, Rick Martins, was holding down your job, and we were right smack dab in the middle of the pandemic, I contacted Rick after I contacted the school district in order to procure food into the neighborhoods directly. And you know the story. And what thereafter became sort of the Blue Bus Brigade. And thousands and thousands and thousands of meals were served to the neighborhoods that we weren't sure how that was going to happen. And the YMCA stepped up. And I'll never forget what Rick said. He said, Steve, if you get me transportation, I'll get you the food. And we were able to work with Anaheim Resort Transit. And it was a wonderful partnership. And I just want to say thank you to you and your board and to all the friends that I see out there. And you were there when we needed you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to also echo my colleague and say thank you for all of your efforts as a former YMCA Anaheim Achieves kid. It's exciting to see all of the work that you're putting in for the future students and future leaders of our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
I'll go ahead and add in my thanks, but also just to recognize the importance of physical activity for kids and adults alike. And I really appreciate you keeping those fields open for the adults in the evening. Even our young adults, I mean, they need opportunities to get out there and engage with each other and be physically active. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. So next, I'd like to welcome Chairperson Linda Newby from our city's library board.
Well, it's so nice to get 2 spotlights on the library services tonight. So good evening, Mayor Aiken, Mayor Pro Tem Campos Kurtz, council members, city staff, and the citizens of Anaheim. My name is Linda Newby, and I am in the end of my 2 four-year terms as the Anaheim Public Library Board member with the duties of Chairwoman of the Trustees. I was appointed by Councilmember Stephen Fessel's District 5 choice. This evening, I will be presenting just some of the many programs and services and the resources that the Anaheim Public Library has been providing to our community. Does the clerk have the clicker tonight? Allie's got it. Thank you, Allie. I will start first with introducing my fellow board members that are all here tonight. Rose Chen is my library board vice chairwoman. Board member Dr. Michelle Dang, board member Elia Renteria, and board member Jackie Philbeck are standing for recognition. The Anaheim Public Library Board of Trustees was the very first board to ever be established in Anaheim City Council in 1902. The Library Board of Trustees is appointed by and acts as an advisory board to the City Council, representing the best interests of the Anaheim citizens when it comes to the operations and functions of all libraries. The board's duties include stimulating interest in the library activities and encouraging individuals and groups to donate funds that will benefit the services, property, and the development of our library programs. Our goal is to ensure that the community needs are met through the library services, programs, and resources. As you all know, our 9 libraries are more than just checking out books from a building. We provide an array of programs and services that are geared towards children, teens, adults, families, and seniors. From diverse programs celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, the Lunar New Year, to crocheting and 3D printing, these are just some of the programs that aim to improve literacy and life skills beyond the library doors. This past year, Anaheim Public Library celebrated the 60th anniversary of the Central Library Building, where almost 1,000 patrons attended to enjoy live entertainment and fun activities for the whole family. In total, Anaheim Public Library has welcomed 180,000 in-person program attendees across the library system, which is more than half of the population of Anaheim, and we hope to see more of our patrons and new faces in the new year. Anaheim Public Library is proud to partner with local school districts and working with the Anaheim Elementary School District and Centralia School Districts for the Creative Writing Project that promotes literacy and community storytelling. We continue to develop and strengthen partnerships with our local businesses and organizations like In-N-Out Burger, Raising Cane's, and Zombie Donuts, who have sponsored our winter and summer reading programs, providing prizes and coupons to library patrons. And of course, our continuous partnership with the Angels Baseball Rally Readers, where we promote literacy with a baseball story time, reading with an Angels player. Our digital presence across social media channels have reached new heights. Our small but mighty communications team have developed multiple ways to engage our community online by utilizing trends to showcase our programs, services, and our wonderful Anaheim Public Library staff. Engagement rates on social media show the percentage of the people we've reached that have interacted with our content. Our posts have an engagement rate of 8 to 9% on Instagram and 4 to 8% on Facebook, which is almost double the agreed upon good engagement rate deemed by professionals that would usually say that only 1 to 5% would engage. Another digital front where we connect with our community is our e-newsletter. Our monthly newsletter, which highlights all the amazing programs system-wide and the special events that have been read by over 50,000 subscribers from August 23 to January 24. and the monthly newsletter has an average open rate of 46%, which is double the industry standard of 20 to 22%. On a personal level, what makes it so fulfilling to serve and support our libraries is our award-winning staff led by our awesome city librarian, Audrey Lujan. Her leadership skills and encouragement of her staff has trained and motivated them to really care about their valuable work in the libraries and with our patrons. I have been an avid reader myself of books for many years. I used to spend over $4,000 a year on purchasing books at stores and Costco. With my library card, I can find and review and read 5 to 7 books a week at no cost whatsoever and think of it as my most valuable asset. It's worth $1 million to me. Thank you for the chance to put the spotlight on our library board once again.
Thank you, Chair Newby. So,
Madam Clerk, may I ask that the Mayor, City Council, as well as Jim and Robert, et cetera, and yourself get these articles on how Gen Z and millennials use the library. Thank you very much.
thank you. So next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We have 4 this evening, recognizing March 31st, 2024 as Cesar Chavez Day, and we have 3 recognitions for the month of April 2024, recognizing Arab American Heritage Month, DMV Donate Life California Month, and Esophageal Cancer Awareness Month. And for the first recognition, Mayor, recognizing March 31st, 2024, we do have former Senator Joseph Dunn, who's accepting on behalf of the family. And if he can step forward up at this time.
Thank you, Senator. And then can we steal you for a council photo after?
Oh, absolutely,
All right. Nice
Madam
to
Mayor.
see you, sir.
Happy to do it. Just very, very quickly, and I know there's certain members on the dais who are nervous and certain staff members who are nervous when Senator Dunn says he's going to give a few short comments. So I'll try to abide by old lessons and not make this an oxymoron. But on behalf of the Cesar Chavez family and the organization that they really gave rise to, the United Farm Workers, they've asked me to extend their sincerest thank you for this wonderful recognition. Excuse me. I want to comment just on a personal basis that during the 8 years in office, not just by me, but an amazing staff, both in Sacramento and here in the district, which of course included Anaheim. One of our greatest privileges was to work along with and do a lot of legislative proposals for the United Farm Workers, obviously supported by the Chavez family. It was truly one of our greatest honors. I know for some that sounds odd that a senator and his staff from Orange County would be doing a lot of work during the 8 years in the Senate, but it meant a lot to us. And it's really one of our most proudest times in all the great work that we did. And I know this council historically has always been supportive, as has staff. And so I want to thank my staff publicly as well. One who happens to be in the room tonight, I won't name names, but again, yeah. Madam Mayor, I'll defer to you. I'm old, I can't see that far, so that's what I'm going to claim. Anyways, on behalf of the Cesar Chavez family and the organization, again, that they gave birth to, the United Farm Workers, thank you very, very much for this great honor.
Thank you. And I know our Mayor Pro Tem is very excited to welcome you.
And Mayor, For recognizing April 2024 as Arab American Heritage Month, we do have the Executive Director of the Arab American Civic Council here to accept.
Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Thank you for once again recognizing Arab American Heritage Month this year. The city of Anaheim has been recognizing this month since 2016, so thank you for the inclusion, for making this community feel welcome and part of this great city. Arab Americans have been part of this country and the history of this country for many, many years. And in Anaheim, we have Little Arabia. Our community has contributed a lot to Anaheim, and we appreciate the recognition, including the recognition of Little Arabia a year and a half ago. And I'm really excited about what's coming next, the projects, the support, the improvements that are going to happen on Brookhurst Street and Little Arabia. It's exciting times. Usually when I get one of those at council meetings, I say something like, this year during Arab American Heritage Month, I encourage folks to learn about Arab Americans and Arab American history, visit Little Arabia, engage with this community and support this community. So in addition to that, I also want to let folks know that this year is a little different. This community is hurting. Arab heritage is under attack, and our community is really hurting this year. So I encourage folks to learn about Arabs and learn about Palestinians in Gaza and what's going on in Gaza, and use your platform. I encourage everyone to use their platforms to shed light and uplift the voices of people who are facing a genocide in Gaza, and use their platforms to call for justice, to stop this injustice that's happening. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for this recognition. We always appreciate you all for recognizing Arab American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aldaba, and thank you for your countless hours of you and your organization and assisting our staff, for being an amazing voice for the community in District 2 in Little Arabia. Can we get a group photo? I can have you squeeze in a little. Sorry, my lens is a little. There we go. That's good. In the back row, I can have you squeeze this. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. So we'll
Mayor.
now call to, oh, excuse
I'm
me.
sorry, Mayor and City Council, we do have one more that's present to accept, an ambassador for DMV Donate Life California Month, and if they can step forward.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. My name is Leslie Eskelson. I live in South Orange County, and
Leslie, I'm sorry, if you can pick your microphone.
is that better? My name is Leslie Eskelson, and I'm an ambassador with One Legacy, which is the organ, eye, and tissue, the organ procurement organization that covers the city of Anaheim, the county of Orange, and 6 adjacent counties, serving a population of approximately 20 million people. In 2027, my late husband, Paul, died very unexpectedly, and because of the circumstances surrounding his cause of death, was able to donate his heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, corneas that saved his organs saved 4 people on December 30th, 2017. Subsequent to that, he helped improve the lives of about 75 other people through the donation of bone, skin, and tissue. And we very much at One Legacy appreciate the City of Anaheim's continued support for promoting registration to become an organ donor. Only 3 out of 1,000 people are suitable for organ donation at the time of their death. Right now, there are about 114,000 people in the country that are waiting to receive a life-giving organ, and unfortunately, about 20 people die every day waiting for an organ that doesn't come. So we're very much fighting a supply and demand issue. There's way more demand than there is supply. And so anything that the city and that you can do as council members in the community to promote registration and to promote all the wonderful benefits of registering to become a donor, because who wouldn't want a piece of that? And it's a very uplifting thing to know that your loved one was able to complete their journey. In my husband's case, he had a mission to serve others, and it was a lovely thing for me to help watch that happen and to be an advocate for continuing to encourage people to register to become an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Thank you again very much to the city for your continued support. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. So now I'll call to order the successor agency to the Anaheim Redevelopment Agency in joint session with the City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor and City Council, we do have one. Item number 16 on the City Council agenda. It was a public hearing for development application number 2023-00011, and this is for a project located at 2125 through 2129 South Harbor Boulevard, approximately 300 feet south of Orangewood Avenue. At the previous council meeting, the council meeting of February 27th, the public hearing was continued to tonight's council meeting. At that time, the public comment period was closed on February 27th, 2024. At this time, staff is requesting to continue this public hearing to the council meeting of May 7th, 2024.
Thank you. Well, if we don't have any objection from council, I'd like to take the agenda out of order and take action on the continuance for public hearing item 16. Is there a motion to continue the public hearing to May 7th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. The public hearing is continued to May 7th, 2024.
Thank you, Clerk. Can you please now outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers that are addressing our council agenda tonight?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council, except for the 1 scheduled public hearing on tonight's agenda. This first public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened by the mayor if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called to speak by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we ask that you please contact the city clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter that will be making the same announcement in Spanish.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos. En toda la Junta del Consejo Municipal se ofrece el servicio de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicio de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la Secretaría Municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la Junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We do appreciate you reflecting the spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:48 with a 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:18 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can, please step forward. And Mayor and City Council, we do have 3 speakers addressing the City Council on agenda item. The first speaker is Mark Richard Daniels, followed by Mark Herbert.
Good evening, everyone. A lifelong resident of this city, and I've seen it grow and change before my very eyes over the 65 years that I've been on this earth. And none so more in recent years than the homeless situation and food insecurity in the greatest, richest country in the history of the planet Earth, and we have these issues. It just baffles me. And I saw your workshop earlier on the mid-year budget, and maybe it's just me, but it's kind of a Freudian thing. You have 4 pictures up there, and the first one is Disney Forward, and then Euclid repaved, and then down at the last one was like a thing on housing. And I think the whole priority, first of all, is housing and people that are in need. More so each and every day, I can see people sleeping at the bus stops on Lincoln Avenue and other places. And here we are, like I say several times, we can send people to the moon. We can send satellites across the solar system, but we can't find places for people to live. What is wrong with this? What is wrong with this picture? And I think more emphasis in these last couple of months has been on the Disney Forward thing. And I think the bling bling, the shiny object always gets the attention when it comes down to the fact that there's people out there that are literally on the edge of the cliff. And we are Anaheim. I have pride in this city, and I do believe we can do a lot better with the state and the federal and private industry building more affordable housing or helping people get into some kind of housing. And it's going to get worse before it gets better, and maybe we'll never be able to solve the problem, but at the same time, we can start on it, and it might take several years. Many of you will have already termed out and gone, but it'll be passed on to your successors and their successors. And I don't know, I think it's a matter of priority, and the priority starts now, and it should be our legacy that we did something, or we started to do something. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert, followed by Adam Wood.
I have some papers for the council I'd like to distribute because there's a lot of numbers. I'll hand them to you. There's 2 pages with 2 tables. And there's some here for the audience too, if you'd like them. Okay, Mark Herbert. I'd like to talk about the housing element and Disney Forward together. I'm going to compare the expansion plans in '93 with the expansion plans currently, and then compare the 5th housing cycle with the 6th housing cycle and see what we can find. Okay, Anaheim was much smaller back in '93, about a quarter, 25% smaller, about 280,000. The housing problem wasn't nearly as acute as it is today, nor the homeless. Back in the expansion of '93, there was housing issues, one centered around affordable housing, the other centered around the cars, parking. Anaheim and Disney worked together, and they came together to do 500 affordable units. And Anaheim stepped up the Disney's needs for housing of their cars, and they provided 10,000 parking spaces in a parking structure. And Anaheim is about to wrap that payment up, about $1 billion. So about $500 million for housing back in '93 and $1 billion for the parking. Let's move forward to the 6th housing cycle. I provided 2 charts, one from the 5th housing cycle and the second from the 6th, and I thought we'd walk through them in the minute 34 I have left. First thing you'll notice, the figures I use aren't projections, they're from the RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment by the state of California, which is the basis of the 6th and 5th housing cycle. So we look in 2014, and there was a total need of 5,700 units. Today, there's a need of 17,400, a 300% increase in the 30 years. Let's break it down. Very low income, 3,700 units today, about 1,800 when you combine the 2 categories. That's gone up twice as many. Low housing has gone up 2.5 times, moderate 3 times, and above moderate 3 times. We're falling behind. The number of permits we issued in this current cycle, 965, were expected. The best estimates are that they'll be able to get up to 7,900 units on the current housing cycle, 55% of what the projected needs are. That's less than in 1993 when they covered 80%. Sorry, I ran out of time.
Our next speaker, Adam Wood.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. Here talking about, I think it's item 14, just more than anything, wanted to come down and say a big thank you to staff. You can tell that a lot of hard work went into this. It's a much more balanced report than we see coming out of a lot of jurisdictions, so we're very appreciative to see the many different recommendations and approaches that can be brought forward. The one thing, it's on page 16 of the slideshow, it did bring a little smile to my face. The term mandatory incentives. That stretches the English language a little bit farther than I think we might agree with. But it talks about the pros and cons, though. It does a great job of laying out the concerns in that section as well. Potential for increased cost, increased complexity, and limited application in scope. I think when you make a mandatory incentive, we're sort of getting back into that inclusionary zoning conversation, which is where we have a lot of concern. There's a really interesting study session our friends in Costa Mesa did not too long ago, February 27th. It's on their website. Really good interaction about the hour and 50-minute mark, talking about really how other consultants are viewing this and the applicability of inclusionary zoning and what it does or what more likely it doesn't do for a city's ability to produce housing. So again, really appreciate it. Look forward to working with you on whatever direction comes out of the conversation tonight. But again, a huge shout out to staff and all they did to put this together. Thanks.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers on agenda items. We have 9 speakers on general comments, and I'll go ahead and call them forward. The first speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin. And then followed by Mike Robbins.
You got to understand the security of Disney, and you got to understand of the films. I put in the film of Peter Pan, and I found what I didn't want to find in that film. When Tinkerbell bounced around in that sewing drawer, it got terrible. It did. I didn't see that at first. When I saw the mother lean over the daughter of in the Peter Pan film, she exposed herself leaning over like that. And I didn't know that was in the film. Then when I saw the map, there's a gold map in Disney. And it's a treasure gold map from Captain Hook. It's a treasure map, like an old Captain Hook type box that it goes in, trunk that it goes in, and it's gold. It's not cash, it's gold, real mountain gold. And there's a map for that in Disney. I didn't know that. And what I'm looking at is the safety of the films. I've got about 4 racks of them films that I bought from a thrift shop on Lincoln and Buckhurst, and I bought them there. And I brought them in and started going through them and started doing the reports on the computer. And I'm beginning to find the reports. I'm telling you that right now before the time runs out. And the library's got them. And I told the chief of the library that you need to get rid of those Disney films because they're not clean. And I got the points on my cell phone, pictures of them. And I got to go have a powwow with him and show him the pictures and tell him you need to get rid of those because I'm going to go in there and make a list of what films they got. And I'm supposed to expose this in the conspiracy zone, is what it's called. If you don't want to look it up, you're missing the opportunity for me to tell the truth. And that's what I'm trying to prove. I wish I could put it on your camera and show you the film. And I pray for you in the mornings, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And I'm praying for you in the mornings on that matter. Randy, my coworker, died on dialysis. He had a bad heart. He was in Orange Hospital when he died. And I'm with his cousin, Mark. That's all I'm doing now. Now, if you want to continue this, with
Mr. Corkin,
Disneyland
I'm
being
sorry,
here,
your time is
that's
up.
up to you, Mayor, because I know it's a trap for children.
Thank you,
don't
Mr.
want that.
Corcoran.
You did some reports on sex trafficking.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker, Mike
Take
Robbins.
the bus, Stephen Tussle. God bless you. Remember what I said. I'll get the notes to you, Stephen Tussle.
Good evening, Mike Robbins, People's Homeless Task Force. Cecil was lucky enough that Tom Tate helped him get housing. It's so difficult to help people get off the streets, and I hope everybody could recognize that. And we work on it all the time. But I'm really going to talk about the PACs and the I can't even pronounce it, corporatocracy. Corporatocracy. That's the government in Saudi Arabia and in Myanmar. It's a belief in natural social hierarchy and subordination of individual interests. It's a corporation running a country or running a city. Disney money deposited into SOAR 2018, 1.2 million. 2019, 1.5 million. 2021, 1.3 million. Really, you're all attached at the hip. To vote for Disney Forward attaches you to them, and of course, to the illicit cabal. These Disney PACs and their execs are just a bunch of crooks. They're just looking to make a few more $1 billion, the cost of our residents. And really, it makes me sad to see this form of government here. I mean, this is supposed to be the house of democracy, and we're adhering to a government like that in Myanmar. When you stand up and salute there, should we have the flag of Myanmar or the flag of Saudi Arabia? This vote is going to come up, and I think that you really have to, think your conscience, not just for the money you've taken, but about democracy and about what's best for Anaheim and the residents, and not just vote for the money you've taken. And remember that everything you do and everything you say and every vote you take will be reported to the proper authorities. And I'd hate to see, well, no, actually, I wouldn't hate to see some of you like Stephen, in jail, of course, but that could certainly be the case. So give that, a constant thought process in your decision-making on voting for anything for Disney Forward. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Damian Ramirez, followed by G. Price.
Good evening. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Martin Angel Hernandez, who was murdered by the Anaheim Police Department March 6th, 2012. Today is his birthday, March 26th, 1990. Martin would have been 34 years old today. Now, I don't recognize any of you. You guys weren't on the city council when we came to speak, when we came to fight for Martin. We stopped coming to city council meetings about 7 years ago because all we saw in every single pair of eyes behind that seat were dollar signs. All you cared about was getting Disney money, getting Angel money, making sure that you guys padded your pockets while the poor people in this city got more and more desperate and more invisible. So we stopped coming. We stopped petitioning the city, and we stopped trying to get anyone to care. We started focusing on our families. We started trying to heal from the terrible tragedies of 2012. One of the things that we learned since 2012 about Martin Angel Hernandez and his execution was that his community rose up immediately to refute the narrative of the Anaheim Police Department and the city of Anaheim. They made sure that Martin's truth was told. And one thing that we've learned in the police brutality movement since 2012 is that when a community rises up with an instantaneous narrative, most of the times it's accurate. In fact, video evidence will usually back up the narratives of the community as opposed to the narratives of the police department. And in Martin's case, the video evidence, which the city of Anaheim stated that they had, was mysteriously disappeared before it was ever had a chance to be shown to the public. Martin would have been 34 years old today. And let me tell you what he would have been doing today. As a construction worker myself, with a violent past and a criminal past, Martin would have been coming home from to his family today from work, the family he was working so hard to put together. He would have come home to his family and celebrated his 34th birthday today. But instead, for 12 years, all we've been able to do is tell his son stories about his life. That's all ZJ has of his father, are the stories that we have to tell. But let me tell you something, those narratives are also 100% true, 100% accurate, and it's the only thing that we have to go on. So I'm here today to represent for Martin Angel Hernandez, executed in the streets of Anaheim 12 years ago. Today's his birthday. Happy birthday, Martin Angel Hernandez. Fuck the police.
Next speaker, G. Price.
I'd like to address Disney's response to public comments made at the Planning Commission hearing. The comment was, the current EIR did not study the use of fireworks. Disney's response, the project will not increase the use of fireworks. Well, that wasn't the allegation. The response continues, Section 5.2 air quality of the draft EIR analyzed the impacts to air quality from existing fireworks shows as the analysis included specific characteristics provided by Disney and related to normal operations. If you do a quick search on document 5.2 using the word fireworks, there are no results. Fireworks and their effect on air quality clearly were not studied in the current EIR. Perhaps this explains why. The environmental setting, the following details the existing condition at the time the city published the NOP. However, previously approved projects serve as the baseline for the CEQA analysis. Using a hypothetical baseline as the existing condition does not give a true and complete picture of the existing or future impacts. I guess we need to go back to the 90s to see if they were studied. EIR 311, Table 2-5, Annual Project Pollutants, gives us a list of things that include gardening equipment, air conditioners, generators, rides that use 2- and 4-stroke motors, gas-powered boats and barges, no fireworks. Document research for the word fireworks results in the mention of it in reference to noise, and in many letters from residents concerned about the use of fireworks. Disney's response? Both the Disneyland Fireworks Show at 9:30 and Fantasmic are existing events. It appears the effects of fireworks on air quality has never been studied. The city is going off the assumption that since they already existed, they are acceptable. Some refer to it as being grandfathered in. When fireworks started at Disneyland, they were not a nightly event. They were restricted to special occasions. This past week, Disney announced the fireworks shows we can anticipate to see this spring. The return of Wondrous Journeys, and then a new fireworks show, Fire of the Rising Moon. Fireworks can be viewed from Galaxy's Edge. That's great, bringing pollution even closer to where residents live. Again, it comes down to transparency. If there is an actual study of fireworks, it should be made public. We are more environmentally aware than we were 30 years ago. The more we learn about the environment and how it relates to human health, the more there is to manage. We can no longer pretend that fireworks are safe and must take steps to protect the health and well-being of the residents living closest to the resort.
I am sure you are tired of complaints about Disneyland Forward. You can imagine how tired I am of having to live with this constant threat to my quality of life hanging over my head. You only endure this two Tuesdays a month. I have to live with this stress 24/7, and unlike you, I will continue to deal with this after you vote on the project next month. We could all get a break from this stress if only my elected officials would actually make an effort to listen to your constituents. What an unusual idea, right? Despite us bringing forward alarming new facts revealed when we read the many documents only recently released for this project, we suspect not all of you have bothered to read them. There is no evidence that you have asked city staff to reconsider some of the more damaging aspects of Disneyland Forward. This should all happen before you vote to give Disney unprecedented power over existing residential neighborhoods. These are agreements that we have to live with for 40 years. I continue to videotape and photograph the insane traffic disaster on Walnut, where Disney receives their deliveries behind the Disneyland Hotel. While you have been considering the sale of Magic Way, Disney has taken over Walnut without even paying for it, overwhelming our public street as their de facto back of house for Disney properties. This morning, I saw another near-miss accident as an 18-wheeler blocked both sides of Walnut backing into Disney's driveway, and another vehicle tried to cut around the truck. The delivery system has badly outgrown the capacity of its location, and we will only get worse when the theme park uses are added around the existing hotels. More development means more deliveries. This was a perfect time to reconfigure Disney's deliveries for the amended development agreement, but your so-called experts failed to even recognize the crisis, much less create a plan to address it. Now let's add a bike lane on the east side of Walnut, putting bicyclists directly into the path of those trucks backing into the driveway. The trucks exceed 6,000-pound limit posted on Walnut. When code enforcement was out last week, they moved a homeless man along and ignored the heavy trucks clearly violating municipal code while waiting to enter the driveway. You, and only you, have the power to send this project back to the drawing board and demand solution to the issues that were clearly missed. If the things we see are a mess, why should we trust the hidden details Mickey and Disney isn't disclosing about the specifics of the project? Show me by your actions that you will protect the quality of life of my neighbors and I that we deserve. Show us by your actions that we deserve the same rights as anyone else in the community. Right now, I see no reason to trust the City Hall, and I never honestly believed I would have to experience that in Anaheim. Do better than this. Read this project, examine its details.
Our next speaker, Matthew Duncan, followed by Vern Nelson.
Matthew Duncan. I'm here tonight as a proud product of James Madison Elementary School, Trident Junior High, and Loera High, and a guy who grew up in Councilmember Leon's District 2, and also as a retired public school teacher. I would just like to offer my kudos to Councilmember Leon. Last week, he reported on his participation in the Read Across America program at your classrooms of former teachers, and I'm sure those teachers were happy to have you come in, and I'm sure their students were happy to have you. You are a role model. You are a city leader, and I respect the fact. I know as a teacher, I always enjoyed this event. And I think the fact that on the day we would have Read Across America, we would have 0 tardies and 0 absences. And I think that tells a lot about how much the kids appreciate it. So kudos to you. So that being the fact, I brought a book. And it's called, the title of the book is Coyote America, written by a very good writer by the name of Dan Flores. And I'm not gonna do a read across America. I'm just gonna read one paragraph from the inside cover. It says, with its uncanny night howls, unrivaled ingenuity, and amazing resilience, the coyote is the stuff of legends. In Indian folk tales, it often appears as a deceptive trickster or a sly genius. But legends don't come close to capturing the incredible survival story of the coyote. As soon as Americans, especially white Americans, began ranching and herding in the West, they began working to destroy the coyote. Despite campaigns of annihilation, employing poisons, gases, helicopters, and engineered epidemics, coyotes didn't just survive, they thrived. Expanding across the continent from Anchorage, Alaska to New York's Central Park. In the war between humans and coyotes, coyotes have won, hands down. And I know the theme for this year's Read Across America was diversity and inclusion. I think the people of the First Nations deserve to be maybe studied a little bit more in our public school curriculums.
Mr.
Thank you.
Duncan. Next speaker, Vern Nelson.
Andres Bonilla. I'd like to close this meeting in the memory of Andres Bonilla. Hopefully Steve could maybe do that since it was a District 5 tragedy. Late last Thursday night, Andres and a friend were hit by a car at the intersection of Anna Drive and La Palma. Andres was killed and his friend reportedly lost his legs. It wasn't the driver's fault, and that intersection is a lot safer than it used to be since a lot of improvements were made there at Steve's urging. But nowhere in this world is completely safe. What bothers us is that the death of Andre Bonilla wasn't mentioned in the news anywhere. It was like a tree falling in a forest, so we just want to remember him here if that's okay. He and his friend were immigrants who had just come from Mexico to try and support their families, doing the kind of work we need immigrants for. So let's remember Andres Bonilla. I see item 14 is about filing a consultant's report about increasing the supply of affordable housing. I had a hard time understanding that report, but I hope this means you guys are taking the shortage of affordable housing seriously. We're seeing its effects now in the closing of schools and the firing of teachers as we lose state education funds because of so many families moving out to other towns where they can afford to live. This brings up Disneyland Forward, the most important decision you seven will ever have to make together. We're being told in endless advertisements that Disney is giving us $30 million for affordable housing. As Dwayne Roberts reported in the Register, Disney is spending over 10 times that much on affordable housing near Disney World in Florida, possibly because there's a governor there who, no matter what a jerk he is, at least stands up to Disney. But there's two ways you should look at this $30 million, which is actually 15 now and 15 much later when it'll be worth even less. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger 2 day, as Wimpy would say on Popeye. First off, Disney is going to be hiring nearly 14,000 new employees, and many of the ones they already have are homeless. Grace Stepter says that the $30 million is enough on its own to fund a couple dozen affordable housing units, but that she would leverage it to get enough state and federal funds to get 500 units. This means that Disney is proposing to help house 3.5% of their new employees, mostly using taxpayer funds. And here's the other way to look at it. 15 million is less than Disney makes in 1 day. And the 30 million is less than 10% of what they're spending in Florida. We're counting on you seven to look out for the people of Anaheim. Disney can look out for themselves. They can easily spend 10 times as much as they're offering on affordable housing, which would be the same as they're spending in Florida, and which would get us 5,000 units, which would be a respectable offer. But you should put off your April 16th vote a few more months because we're still digesting all this information they're throwing at us. Thank you, Jose, Carlos, Natalie, Steve, Ashley, Norma.
Our next speaker, Randy Lewis, followed by Brian Kay.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Randy Lewis, and I live at the Pepperwood condo complex right off of Walnut. I'm here today to talk about traffic in the area. I'd like to start by thanking Council Member Norma Campos-Kurtz for hosting a meeting about traffic flow a couple of Saturdays ago. I was surprised that there wasn't more interest in it because, for me, this is a topic near and dear to my heart. In fact, I've been starting to talk to my friends and my family about how important it is to me. I didn't think I'd ever start getting involved with the causes that I believed in at the city level, yet here I am. I believe this is the third time that I've addressed it. I mentioned it to my best friend, and he said, let me see if I got this straight. You're talking about Disney, a multinational, beloved corporation that's willing to invest millions to make more magic and help spread goodness throughout the world. And you're worried about losing your own private shortcut by giving up Magic Way. My first response was, well, yeah, but it's not just me. This is a community issue. What we're dealing with is lies that are being told and studies that are being faked. When you were looking at a study that is done on January 31st, February 1st, February 2nd, talking about how few cars there were on Magic Way and that most of them were going directly to Disneyland, fails to take into account the weather on that day, all 3 days, rain, ickiness, weekends, where people don't need to go to work. I urge you to consider bifurcating the idea of Magic Way, that part of the proposal, away from the rest of Disneyland Forward and give it the serious consideration that it deserves for the good of the residents. Thank you very much.
Happy day. So, looks like you all spent some time getting ready and you basically look like healthy, normal people. The problem is, you sit there and you say all these wonderful things about yourselves, you promote yourselves, Facebook, Mary Aiken, you're out there doing all kinds of promos. But what you're saying is, what you're doing is so loud that I can't even hear what you say. You want to know what we hear when you're up there speaking? Nigger, 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 nigger. You have a police officer who uses that word, and you endorse him and you support him and you allow him. You sit there and you say, oh, we have to get a protective order against one of our constituents, against Mr. K. But you never once addressed the fact that Jesse Jacobs and your police review board recommendation team, Janako and the rest of them admitted there's no evidence that I ever committed a resistance of arrest or any of the crimes that I've been charged with. And they even admitted that there's a lot of evidence that the city staff of Anaheim violated the law, that the police officers violated the law, that the city attorney violated the law, that there's a forged criminal plea agreement in my name by the city attorney of Anaheim. You look like normal people, but you find all of that acceptable. You find it okay for a police officer to turn off a recorder and beat one of your constituents and then file a false police report. And then you cry, oh, we have to protect ourselves. You have to have security. Why don't you try following the law? It's right there, a lawyer-ready document for you, lawyer-ready evidence. Your team, your staff have already acknowledged what I've petitioned you for. Yet not one of you have the courage to stand up and say, let's follow the law. I mean, you claim that you're a mother and a federal prosecutor for 20 years. And I went to court last week and my court-appointed attorney tried to have me committed to a mental health facility. Sat there and told the judge that she had met with me and discussed this type of treatment. Said that she's met with the district attorney. The only reason why I'm standing here today is because I know how to say objection. The attorney never spoke with me. The attorney committed fraud of the court. It looks like your team dropped the ball, fumbled. Now I picked it up and now maybe I have a chance at offense. But it's a shame because each and every one of you could have just done what was right. You ever hear of never again? Heil Hitler to each and every fucking one of you, because that's who you are to me. You're my personal Adolf Hitler.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Ward, followed by Kenneth Batiste.
Good evening. For decades, Anaheim's leaders put our community on the clearance rack with a sign scrawled in Sharpie that says, "Make an offer." We act as though our world will end without Disney's offer of investment, accepting their half-baked schemes demanding nearly unlimited power for 40 years, attached to serious disruption and negative impacts. I want to see a vision for the city we want to be in the future, and then invite corporate partners to participate in our vision for our city. That is leadership. And if Disney doesn't want to work with our vision, we are not obligated to write them a new development agreement. One of your senior staff recently pointed out that while Disney didn't complete their planned expansions prior to 2010, we still brought in more tax than projected, and will be paying off the bond debt 7 years early. In just 6 years, we will have 1/4 of our general fund finally released from long-term debt bondage to pay other obligations and improve our community without Disney's frankly insulting proposal. I know we are trying. You have funded libraries. You're looking at the housing element and drafting a strategic plan. Why would we give away 40 years of nearly unlimited power to one company when their current development agreement is still valid until at least the end of the decade? We are rushing this project to meet Disney's artificial deadline, but their timeline does not obligate us to give up our rights to protect our future. Disney has been plotting this project since the Sadu, Ament, Flint, Nocella cabal meeting years. but details were not offered to us until very recently. We're trying to read documents only now being released, like the appraisal for the value of abandoned streets that only came out today, paid for by Disney. And some are still being withheld, like the body of the Cal State Fullerton Economic Report the city refuses to release. Staff is proactively reaching out, but some people just don't trust them because of the misinformation to the public, like the city's website claimed that tourism generates over half our general fund. The city finance director debunked that urban legend years ago. And by the way, that claim came from SOAR. I was in the room the first time it was ever discussed. It did not come from a city study. Cal State Fullerton's justification for Disneyland Forward is an unverified, not public projection done for their financial patrons at Disney and not an unbiased, objective report for the city. Their numbers show benefits of less than $1 per visitor per year, and even those optimistic projections don't match the real-world numbers reflected in our city budget following Disney's $1 billion investment in Star Wars land. I have spent the last year trying to tell people Anaheim has turned a corner, that new leadership will balance the needs of our community against those of special interests. I suspect I am going to look like a total ass when the vote for Disneyland Forward comes up. And honestly, I can make an ass of myself without your help. So please lead. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Giving honor to God, those on the dais, serving the God of the people. Disneyland is dedicated to the ideas, the dreams, and the hard facts that have created America with the hope that it will be a source of joy and inspiration to all of the world. Walt Disney said that opening day, July 17, 1955. Aspiring to all of the world, okay? Therefore, if you buy something from the Disneyland Resort right now, it is subject to a 72.5 California tax and a 0.5 tax for the OC. City of Anaheim have not collected 1 penny of tax from Disneyland. Let's make sure we get it straight. How much is Disneyland worth? Today I looked it up, New York Stock Exchange, $219.99 billion. While us, the city of Anaheim, is $4 billion in debt. We talk about housing behind Disney moving forward, but don't y'all know that housing was mentioned in 1996 when they had 500 units for the employees, and that disappeared in 1997 when Mr. Eichner took over? They're not looking out for the employees. They're not looking out for the residents. They're looking out for themselves and the bottom dollar. When you start looking out for the bottom dollar, we have to turn around and we look at America today, full of lies, disinformation. What are we sliding into? I ask all of you, if this is the case, is this winter in America? I ask you, think about it. Historican winter in America. How much does Disneyland make? Disneyland makes $1.23 million per day. This was by Magic Guide. And by the blog Mickey 11.8, Disneyland has just turned in the quarters for the whole last year, the fourth quarter, and it made through its parks $32.5 billion. Disneyland is not suffering. We're suffering. $4 billion in debt and growing. Our employees, that's still growing, and it's not being dealt with. My point of it is who do you step up for? Corporations first or your residents? Because guess what?
Mr. Batiste, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you. I'll be closing with this. When corporations get further ahead, it seems like sometimes we get further behind. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our public comment speakers. And noting for the record, we did receive one general comment before 2:00 p.m. today, and that public comment was distributed to council and posted on the city's website.
Thank you, Clerk. We'll now close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. Would any council member like to share communications? Start with Mayor Pro Tem Campos-Kurtz.
Thank you. Since it's only been a week since our last meeting, I'm going to just cover some things that have happened in the past few weeks in District 4. Picture a dark, rainy evening. Actually, picture a dark monsoon storm going through Anaheim. And there you see our public utilities team outside handing out dusk to dawn lights to residents who lined up with their umbrellas to receive those. Thank you to that APU team that was out in the rain, got soaked, and thank you to the residents that came out. A special thanks to Jose Gonzalez, whose driveway APU set up on. Joseph, is a commissioner in District 4 for the Housing and the Housing Commission. He noticed lights going off in his neighborhood, contacted myself and APU and the police. The copper was being stripped. APU went out there, fixed as quickly as they could because lights were out on several streets. But APU did more than that. They went around the neighborhood and noticed that the alleyway was very dark and installed lights back there. Neighbors are very appreciative. They must have been. They were out in the storm thanking everyone and getting their dusk to dawn lights. So thank you to APU. Next one. Olive Street Walk. Olive Street Elementary School sits on the corner of Vermont and Olive Street. They recently had a walk through their neighborhood. As you can see, several moms and teachers joined with OCO in walking the neighborhood. At various stops, residents would share what's going on in their neighborhood. It was a great time to spend with the residents. And one thing I have to share is as we walked around to Clifton Street, which is on the edge of their line for going to the Olive Street School, the parent who spoke about her neighborhood, Clifton Street, very proudly said, "We have a great neighborhood. I know some people think it's bad, but it's safe. We have police coming by, but they don't come by in an intimidating way. They actually wave to the kids. If the kids are out on the street, they stop and say hello." And she said, "I feel very safe in my neighborhood. My kids can walk to school safely." Then she added, to the other residents, for those of you that don't know and haven't come and join us, Anaheim sends a team out at least every 6 months. They bring public utilities, they bring other resources, sometimes they bring food. The library's always there giving away books. The city of Anaheim helps our neighborhood and has helped make it a better, safer place to live. So I want to thank all of the departments that go out, especially community services who sets them up. Those things matter. They may not tell us when we're there, but it makes their lives better. And so I thank you. Hopefully we can even reach out to more neighborhoods in the coming year. So thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And as one of my residents said already tonight, I'd like to close the meeting tonight in the memory of Andres Bonilla Pacheco. And as you heard already, he was involved in a traffic accident. He was from Mexico. He will be buried. He's going to go back to his mom in Mexico. It's very, very sad, and if we could recall him tonight would be very desirable. And thank you, Vern, but I was already on it, okay? Just a few things that we did this last week. I joined our Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz and our mayor at the ACCOC, that's the Association of California Cities Orange County Mayoral Roundtable, and Madam Mayor, you're probably going to bring that up, I hope. There's also the Alzheimer's Walk last Saturday in the rain, and our mayor was out there with hat and chugged along in the rain on the walk with my wife, Susan. I had twisted my ankles, or else I would have been there with you. But it was great to see the great turnout despite the inclement weather. And again, I just want to wrap this up by saying thank you to Anaheim Public Utilities for all the streetlight repairs that have been going on in District 5, namely in and around State College Avenue, where, as has been across the city, there's been copper thefts, and they're trying to catch up with it as fast as they can, and repair the lights as quickly as possible. But it's a lot of work. So, in any event, Madam Mayor, I'm sure that you'll bring up a couple of those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Fessel, for recognizing public utilities. You mentioned that they were there during the rain. I can tell you that's routine for public utilities and public works. Rainy days, heat, night, weekend, your kid's birthday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, anytime it's a need, public works and public utilities are there for us. When it's a big storm event and we are safe in our house, they are out there unplugging drains, and we have to say it. We have to recognize people that work 24 hours a day for us. With that, are you ready for me? This is a special. This is a Korean-American family, immigrated from Korea. But the current owner, the son of the mom that opened this restaurant, he grew up in Anaheim, so he loved Mexican food. So now he created a Korean fusion. Fusion with what? With Mexican. So this is incredible, innovating. It's a family business. They love serving people. Sunday they close because they go to church. They are underpriced, in my opinion. Super tasty. I mean, imagine Korean food, delicious Korean food, mixed with Mexican food. I mean, it's delicious what you have here. They are located at 3240 Lincoln Avenue, across the street from Western. Please go and support our community, support our residents, support our immigrant community that work hard to make this country a better country. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe we have some slides. Just wanted to provide some updates on things that have been going on in District 3. So I was happy to attend the first Neighborhood Watch meeting of 2024 in the Westmont neighborhood. And I'd also like to thank Jackie Garibay, who is a local businesswoman. She's a realtor in the district, but she really was the champion for this Neighborhood Watch initiative in her area. She realized that there were criminal activities going on, so she was proactive about it and engaged with not only myself, but public utilities, public works, Anaheim PD, and was able to host her second Neighborhood Watch meeting. They also paid for their own signs to be put up in their area in collaboration with public works, so it's all legally put up. But public utilities was also on hand to help them with lighting initiatives and other ways to keep the neighborhood safe. Next slide. We had a lot of really good things going on in District 3. We actually hosted 2 Anaheim Mobile Family Resource Centers serving the Balsam neighborhood and Catapala. I want to thank Neighborhood Services for leading this initiative. And I also want to give a special shout out to code enforcement. They were actually at one of these events, and they have little code enforcement badges to inspire the kids to potentially join the city of Anaheim on this front. I also want to recognize the Anaheim Public Library, who gives out books to all of the kids in these neighborhoods. Love Anaheim, Anaheim YMCA, OC Animal Care, which actually provided dog tags for, not only dog, but dog and cat tags for the pets in the area. Project Food Box, which provides opportunities for fresh fruits and vegetables to Cal Optima recipients. Family Promise of OC, which also provides housing if you need or in need of housing or could potentially be at the verge of homelessness. And then, of course, our wonderful District 3 Council aides, Daniel and Melissa. Some of the major initiatives in both of these areas are speeding and the lack of parking. And as a policymaker, I know it's really difficult to solve these issues as they currently are already established. But one of the things I do promise many of the people that I represent is that I will work really hard to prevent further congestion and other parking issues by collaborating with planning and our developers to hopefully include more or sufficient parking in neighborhoods. Next slide. A little rain does not stop an egg hunt. So this past Saturday at the Anaheim YMCA Sports Complex, we were able to have a wonderful egg hunt. This event was spearheaded by City Church, which is located on Broadway. We loved seeing all of the families enjoy themselves in the community. They offered pictures with the Easter Bunny. There was lots of candy and a little bit of Jesus at this event. I'm also grateful for all of the city staff who braved the cold and rainy weather to serve and engage with the community. I'm going to give a special shout out to Anaheim Public Utilities. And they also have these cute little hard hats now for the kids, which there were several little kids walking around with these hats. It was adorable. So fire, you have some competition now with Public Utilities. And then I also want to recognize Neighborhood Services and then the Anaheim Police Department because they also were present with their community policing team. And then, of course, our District 3 Council representatives. And then the next slide. So Anaheim PD participated in Baker to Vegas. This is the running team featured here. They made Anaheim proud this past weekend with 2 teams in the 2024 Baker to Vegas Challenge Cup Relay. Their open team ran their fastest since 1996 and finished 7th overall out of 258 teams and placed 7th out of 36 teams in the open division. They retained the title of Orange County's fastest running team by beating the Orange County Sheriff's Division or Department, as well as by 5 minutes, and they beat the Santa Ana PD by 40 minutes. So I just want to make sure that we highlight that. And then the Invitational Mixed team ran the fastest time ever, placing 8th out of 36 teams. So I just want to give a congratulations to the Anaheim PD's Baker to Vegas running team, which it was a 120-mile trek, which I can't even imagine starting out. And at the conclusion of our meeting, I will be requesting that we bring them in to give them a recognition. So, and I just want to also give Public Utilities a little more love. So my dad is a 41-year veteran of Public Utilities, and he was one of those people who would be out, he was a mainline pipe fitter. So in the rain, I always thought he was a doctor because he was never home. He was always on call. So I just want to recognize our public utility employees who do go above and beyond and make sure that our infrastructure in the city is maintained. And also when things do bust, like main lines, they're out there to fix them. And that concludes my council comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's Anaheim Public Utilities Night at the council, Director Lee. I also wanted to congratulate our Anaheim Public Utilities team for putting together this weekend's Community Resource Fair and EV Test Drive at Savannah High School. There was a great turnout despite the rain, and the team proved that nothing can dampen our dedication to sustainable living and community engagement. So a big shout out to them as well as all the city departments that came out and were a part of that. I also wanted to congratulate all of the community groups, organizers, volunteers, and residents that came out to the annual Easter extravaganza at Maxwell Park. Some can make an argument that it was more of a mud bowl than an Easter egg hunt, but it was a great time had by everybody. I also wanted to thank Nathan Zug, Love Anaheim, Sandals Church, Magnolia Baptist, and others that helped organize that. This has really become an awesome and very fun annual West Anaheim tradition, and we're already looking forward to next year's. Now, I'd like to recognize our District 2 Restaurant of the Month, Atticus Cafe. Atticus Cafe is a woman-owned breakfast spot located off of Magnolia Avenue. Owner and chef Yara serves up delicious comfort brunch and vegan items. They have chilaquiles, café de olla, and pancakes, and a lot more options, including a lot of protein-packed meals for any gym and fitness enthusiasts out there. Yara also happened to be celebrating her birthday when we stopped by, so want to wish her a happy birthday again, and wanted to thank her for adding flavor to our community, one delicious meal at a time. Congratulations once again to Atticus Cafe, our March 2024 Restaurant of the Month. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, did you have one more comment?
I do. I forgot to mention this earlier. Some of you may wonder why Senator Dunn was here to accept. He mentioned that he knew the family was close to them, but I wanted to add also that he walked with the Chavez family and the Lotus Huerta from Merced to Sacramento, along with his 2 young children, on the 2nd march that the farm workers had. I was honored to join that march also. So UFW, Cesar Chavez means a lot to us, and that is one of the reasons that Joe is here to accept the award on behalf of the family.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention a few things. I think they've been covered by some of my council colleagues. We spent a lot of time together this weekend, especially on Saturday. But just wanted to give a big shout out to the Boys and Girls Club for their annual gala. I'm not as good as Councilmember Leon at the selfie, but I was pretty proud of myself for this. And just want to thank the first dude and all those kids. They put on a wonderful event, and those kids were just they were just such a joy to be around. So congratulations to the Boys and Girls Club. Also mentioned by Councilmember Fessel and Councilmember Leon joined us for at the beginning of the morning, bright and early, for the Walk for Alzheimer's. And it was as wet as it was fun. But you can see from the ponchos and umbrellas, it was a rainy day from start to finish. And got to leave that event and go to the Community Resources Fair, also not hampered by the weather. And then the District 1 extravaganza. So thank you again to Love Anaheim for all of their work. Sunday was Nowruz, and was invited by the Iranian American community to go to their festival in Irvine and help them usher in their new year. So to all who are celebrating, Happy New Year to that community, and thank you so much for having us there. And last, just wanted to thank the Anaheim Police Department. We had a District 6 event at one of our senior facilities where they were able to come in and really talk to the residents about some of the big issues that are facing them in their neighborhood around crime, around fraud, credit card fraud, phone fraud, all the different things that can get you in trouble on the internet. So thank you so much to our Anaheim Police Department for walking our seniors through that and answering a lot of questions. And then special thank you to Linda Barnett, who is my Community Services Board Commissioner. She's a resident as well of this facility and set this up for us. So thank you very much to her. And I believe with nothing else, I'm going to hand it over to the city manager for his update.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and the public. Anaheim Police Annual Report. The Anaheim Police Department is finalizing its 2023 annual report, and I'm pleased to share highlights with you tonight. Overall, crime in Anaheim was down 6% last year from 2022. The most serious crimes declined by 4%. Thefts, burglaries, and other property crimes fell by 12%. And while any homicide is one too many, Anaheim saw homicides fall by 20% from 2022. And there were 16% fewer traffic fatalities. As you can see in the slide, your police department handled more than, nearly 200,000 incidents in 2023. Response times for our community are also moving in the right direction. Priority 1 calls, the most serious calls with immediate threat to life, saw response times down 10%. Other priority calls also saw significant quicker responses, as you can see in the slide. The annual report is currently being finalized, with statistics undergoing reconciliation with Federal Department of Justice standards, which may take several weeks. And then the full report will be available to the public online. But we are glad to share these encouraging initial thoughts with the public tonight. Over at our convention center, Natural Products brought more than 65,000 people to our city earlier this month and was our largest trade show since reopening after the pandemic. The Health, Food, and Lifestyle Show included more than 3,300 exhibitors and saw 140,000 pounds of food donated to Orange County's food bank, Second Harvest. An update on our Youth Advisory Council. The new Anaheim Youth Advisory Council held its first meeting last week. The Youth Council is made up of 18 students representing all 6 districts. They are ready to offer invaluable support and guidance to city staff, providing input on youth programs, projects, events, and initiatives. In April, the Youth Council will take on its first project, helping the Anaheim Community Foundation to promote the Youth and Family Needs Assessment Survey. And finally, from Economic Development, South Korea visit. Anaheim's Economic Development Department was part of a recent trade delegation to South Korea to promote ties between our city and a major partner in trade and visitors. The visit, led by Small Business Development Center, is one of 3 Anaheim engagements with South Korea. In October, we hosted, the city of Anaheim, the World Korean Business Convention at the Convention Center, the first time this trade show was held outside of South Korea. And this week, we welcomed to City Hall a planning delegation from the largest province in South Korea. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes our report.
Thank you very much, City Manager. We will now recess the City Council to address the successor agency agenda. Items 1 and 2 are before us. Is there a motion?
I have a couple of questions on item 1.
Okay, we are going to pull item 1 from consent of the successor agency.
Move the balance.
Move the second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second on item 2.
Councilmember Rubalcaba? On. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Meeks to address the item number 1.
Okay. I don't need a staff report because we've talked a little bit about it, but this is one that we are spending $11 million, almost $12 million, to install additional monitoring wells and do some additional investigative work on the area of Lincoln and Beach there, which has been, it's an old landfill. It's been around forever. You know, we've got some development plans that are moving forward on that, which is great, but we still have this cleanup to do. And I would like to make sure that we have kind of a long-term strategy of what that looks like. I know this additional money will give us more information, and as you come back to council in the future, I would like to request kind of a, make sure that you look at what the current status is, what are we learning here, and do we need to amend our strategy moving forward on how we clean this up and how you can future utilize the property. So I just didn't want to continue to throw money at it without taking a minute and going, okay, where are we at, and how do we really want to move forward?
Councilmember Meeks, if I may, just for clarification, I'm going to ask our property development manager, Stephen Stewart, to talk a little bit about the property that you mentioned, the Westgate site, is one of the largest former redevelopment agency properties that the successor agency oversees. And as you mentioned, we are working to hopefully develop that property. That property was, when at the time of dissolution, we were in the middle of the development process with the developer, but this extensive investigation has been conducted, and there's a remedial action plan that several healthcare agencies and oversight agencies approved. So there is a plan for the remediation in place. What we have been doing in the last few months with a portion of the site, a site that had been identified as, it's called the Davis Mud Pit. Davis Mud Pit. There was actually methane that had been that had not previously been identified that had emerged, and so the scope of that. But maybe I'll have Stephen talk a little bit about just give a quick overview on 39 Commons and the remediation.
Thank you, Sergio, and Councilmember Meeks, thank you for the question. So to Sergio's point, back in 21, we did have our first methane release from this Davis mud pit. For the last 20 years. I haven't since, actually even longer than that, since 1960 when the landfill was closed, we have not had a methane release from that pit. We actually had a no further action letter from the water board for that site. Up until the methane was detected, that obviously sent things into a tailspin, and we've been investigating, and we actually have a remedial action plan for the Davis Mud Pit. We are conducting a clean closure activity on the Davis Mud Pit portion. This $11.9 million will allow us to continue removal of the Davis Mud Pit muds and continue our clean closure activity, as well as our required operations monitoring and maintenance of the rest of the landfill.
So the $11 million isn't just monitoring?
No, by all means, no.
Remediation?
About $10 million of that is purely removal of the Davis Mud Pit.
Okay, so when I asked earlier, I thought it was just, and I was like, that's a lot of money just to figure out what's wrong.
No, we know what's wrong, and we're actively addressing that.
Okay, all right, and that's just a portion of.
Yes,
of the
we
site.
have 4 landfill pits that comprise the Lincoln landfill. We have the Davis Mud Pit, which is the northwesterly pit. Then we also have the Sparks, the Anderson, and the Rains pits, which are mostly municipal solid waste, and then Anderson is a construction pit.
So have any of the other sites on there?
So the other site,
are they? Do we have any new methane
no
releases
new methane
or
there.
any changes in our plans?
No, so nothing there. We have an active landfill gas remediation system around those 3 other pits. But again, because the Davis Mud Pit had never posed an issue, we weren't required when we installed the landfill gas system to install it around the Davis Mud Pit because we had the NFA from the water board. But because this was one release, we either could install a new landfill gas system that would delay the project by about 4 to 5 years just to get through the AQMD permitting process, and then the additional money to install the landfill gas system around just the Davis Mud Pit. We did a cost-benefit analysis and determined that the removal of the Davis Mud Pit was the fastest and most effective remedial action.
Okay, all right, no, that's very helpful, thank you.
You're most welcome, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. So Sergio's team and myself, we meet once a month for lunch. They're keeping me up to date what's going on there. So we had the choice of installing monitoring wells there and maintain those forever, and have a gas recovery system and maintain that forever. And then in the process, make it almost impossible for anybody to build anything in there because it's going to be so costly. So this will remove that contaminated soil, put brand new soil, compact it, and now the cost of construction going to be a lot lower and a more feasible for developers to invest money in West Anaheim. So this is critical for West Anaheim. Unfortunately, regulations are increased, and what we have found there is bigger than what we thought before in other studies, but this is critical for West Anaheim and critical for this piece of land to be developed in the future. It's gonna take years, but we're in the right direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, is there a motion?
And Mayor, for the public benefit, could staff clarify the source of funds for this?
I was going to talk about that.
I'm sorry, and then we also have a comment or question by Councilmember Fessel when you're done.
Oh, just for a point of clarification, the almost $12 million is not general fund money. It is RIPTIF funding that comes from the state of California. It's money that was allocated to the redevelopment successor agency for this project based on the anticipated cleanup costs, but that is also subject as the costs increase. We can ask for a larger allocation to make sure, but the state of California has committed to the cleanup of this property.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What's the estimate of cubic yards to be removed? Big number.
It's 3 acres. I don't have the cubic yardage, I'm sorry, but
Okay, it's a big
it's 3 acres and it's about 15 to 20 feet deep.
Okay, already. Okay, it's manageable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. See no other comments or questions. May we have a motion in a second?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
No further items. We will adjourn the successor agency and reconvene the city council meeting to address the city council consent calendar. Items 3 through 13 are before us. If there's any members that would like to remove an item for further discussion, can you please ring in? I'll start with Councilmember Rubalcaba.
I'd like to pull items 5 and 6.
Items 5 and 6, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Item 12.
Item 12, Councilmember Leon.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Item 13, please.
Thank you. Any other items? Seeing none, can someone please move the balance? We have a motion and a second.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So the first item, excuse me, first item being pulled is item number 5 by Mayor Pro Tem. Would you like a staff report? Would you like a staff report?
I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong person pulled it, excuse me.
Staff report would be great. Thank you.
You're 12. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ted White, Deputy City Manager and Planning and Building Director. With me this evening is Amanda Loffer, Associate Planner, and Heather Allen, our Deputy Director. The item before you tonight, item 5, is the annual report for the general plan. This report identifies, whoops, we're not up there, sorry. Wait a second. Oh, there we go. Thank you. This report identifies our compliance with state law for the administration of our general plan, our compliance with the Office of Planning and Research general plan guidelines, and a general plan progress report and recent project summary. Per state law, this report is due to the state on April 1st of each year. And this report is separate and different from our housing element, which is item 6 on the agenda. Per law, each city and county must adopt a comprehensive long-term general plan. The city of Anaheim's general plan was originally adopted in 1963, with the last comprehensive update completed in May of 2004. The city's general plan includes all state mandated elements, as well as 4 optional elements. The general plan annual progress report demonstrates how Anaheim complies with state law requirements and guidelines. It also highlights major projects approved in 2023 and what general plan goals and policies these projects implement. This slide shows each of our state-required general plan elements and their status, and lists the optional elements in the city's general plan. As shown, the city is in the process of updating several elements of the general plan to ensure compliance with state law and OPR guidelines. The housing element update, which is required every 8 years, is currently underway, and staff is working with HCD to present a compliant housing element to City Council, hopefully sooner than later. In conjunction with the updated housing element, and update of certain sections of the land use element will be conducted to allow for additional housing opportunities. The city's circulation element is also currently being updated to accommodate changes in transportation needs, new technologies, and other projects, namely to be consistent with our housing element. And lastly, to comply with recent state law, the city is required to include a new element, the environmental justice element, in our general plan. This element will address disproportionate impacts to certain environmental justice communities in order to ensure equal distribution of resources. An environmental justice community is an area of community disproportionately affected by environmental exposure or environmental degradation. In the city, in our city, 51 of 75 census tracts fall under the environmental justice community designation. It's anticipated that all revised elements will be presented to the City Council later this year. All other elements of the city's general plan are compliant with state law and the OPR's guidelines. The general plan progress report provides a summary of the major projects that were approved in 2023. During this calendar year, 3 general plan amendments were approved by City Council, which included a new safety element, updates to the circulation element, and updates to our land use element to allow for additional housing. Those were associated with development projects. In addition, 4 major residential projects were approved for a total of 580 units. These projects include a variety of unit types and affordability, which helps the city reach our housing goals. In addition to the projects that implemented the housing element, there were a variety of projects that were approved or finalized in 2023 that implemented the goals and policies of other elements of the general plan. A list of those major projects and the relevant general plan goals and policies that implemented can be found as attachment 1 to the report. With that, staff recommends the council review the annual progress report and direct staff to submit the report to HCD by April 1st. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rubalcaba, kick it.
Thanks, Ted. I appreciate that presentation. I don't have a lot of questions related to this. A couple things that I think I'm mindful of. You and we meet, right, when we talk about adjusting the general plan and zoning issues. And I think my big concern is when we're changing things from multifamily or industrial, to multi-purpose, or I can't remember what exactly the term is. But those are the things that I want to make sure that we're mindful of, because that does impact our community long-term when, something that might be zoned for commercial then becomes residential, and then it just really changes the character of a community and also has impacts on the parking side. So I know that that's part of this. On the inclusionary housing side, a couple things that I just I know that's not part of this necessarily, but it does kind of intertwine with this, and we'll talk about this in item 6. But some of the things that I'm mindful of is I don't think inclusionary solves our housing problems, but some of the things that I'd like us to look at are things that probably don't necessarily have to be in the general plan, but having some of our developers put first-time home buyer programs together, because we have had some developments that have required that, have we not?
Not as a condition. We certainly, that I'm aware, I'm not aware of one as a condition of approval.
Yeah.
We've had assistance agreements and agreements that our housing authority and community and development department has entered into, but I'm not sure it's been more of a partnership.
Yeah, and I think it would be interesting if we proposed that to the state within some of these reports to show them, instead of having an affordable housing or, 6% or 2% or whatever, 6 units, 20%, which could be 6 units, for example, which also have conditions on those properties. Perhaps we have something that's more useful to residents where it's the developer provides them with first-time home buyer dollars so they can put that down on a property, as opposed to having the other conditions on the affordable units. So just something to explore. And I think that might go a long way on the housing front for the state if we're thinking outside of the box and providing solutions to residents that could, I think even developers would probably appreciate that because it would help projects pencil out a little better. And I think it would make our city a little more builder friendly, as well as help some of our residents acquire housing. And I'm just thinking back to the budget that was just presented to us and property taxes being up in terms of revenue generators. So that indicates to me that we need to be building more single-family homes or for sale properties as opposed to multi-family rentals. So just something to think about when you're working on this in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon, did you have a question or comment? I wanted to ask just more of a larger question, and I apologize, I missed this the first time when I went through it. So we had our last comprehensive update in May 2004. How often do you recommend that we do a larger scale general plan update?
Thank you for the question. I believe that state guidelines or recommendations are anywhere from 10 to 20 years. The previous development or general plan, comprehensive plan prior to 2004 was 1984. So we're on sort of a 20-year kind of cycle, as it were. I will say that we have updated, along the way, many elements of the general plan. So we're not as outdated as simply thinking it hasn't been since 2004. We've gone through a number of the housing element chapters that have come along with other elements of the general plan that have been updated to reflect the housing element. Those have been land use and circulation. So we're not as outdated to say that it's been a static document for the last 20 years. There's been a number of additional elements that have been added as we reported, and we've been trying to keep up to date as much as possible.
Okay, yeah, because I know sometimes we get, items that are requesting general plan amendments for certain parcels as we're moving forward. So is this something that you think in the next year we should be, as we're going into a budget season, mindful that we should be thinking about updating in the next year?
I will say that as part of the strategic plan conversation, there is a policy there to consider an update to the general plan. And I do think it would be advisable to start those conversations, not necessarily for this next budget year, but certainly within the next few years that we need to be planning for that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. As the state legislature passes laws on what we should look to, where we should look to build and what's exempt and all of those, those are the changes that you incorporate throughout the years in updating the general plan?
Yeah, if you're referring to what I just mentioned in my previous answer, meaning that our general plan is not as out of date as it might seem, yes, certainly when we've updated the general plan for the housing element in 2013, we had a series of general plan amendments that would have come along with that. As I had mentioned, we are in the process of updating the land use element that is happening concurrently with our housing element update. That also includes an amendment to the circulation element to reflect those new areas and opportunities for housing. What it doesn't necessarily capture, and what may be more, could use an update, are some of the larger policy questions related to, for example, for circulation, transportation improvements, those types of things that could be, more related to a comprehensive update to a general plan that we would look at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, do we have a motion and a second for item 5?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Next item, also for Councilmember Rubalcaba, is item number 6, also with our planning director.
Ted, can I get I was actually on the housing element update committee. So, and that was, I know somebody mentioned, oh, it hasn't been updated on the website at public comment a couple weeks ago, but that was not a long-term committee. If you can explain the role of that committee and the process that was in place. And it was an honor to serve on it. It was very eye-opening on the housing front. And then a staff report would be wonderful as well.
Great, thank you. Yes, the housing element update that is in process does have a Citizens Advisory Committee component to it. That was launched in 2021. I think there might be a note in here related to that. For the most part, that is concluded. However, there may potentially be as we bring back a final document for adoption, there may be an additional opportunity to engage with that group. But for the time being, we haven't had much to report in quite some time as we've been navigating the minutia with the state of California.
How many, I also I'm going to ask you some questions just so members of the public can understand what the housing element actually is and how many cities don't get their housing element approved right away. So even though the city has not had ours approved yet, this is not out of the ordinary for the state. So can you just kind of go into what the process is like?
Sure, absolutely. And maybe if I could, why don't I, if it's okay, why don't I give the presentation? I think some of that will be embedded in the presentation, and then I can follow up if that's okay.
That's perfect.
Great, thank you. So this item is our annual housing element progress report. Per state law, this report is also due to the state on April 1st of each year. This is the second full reporting year in the 6th cycle housing element, which began in October of 2021 and continues through 2029. It's an 8-year housing element cycle. Although the city's 6th cycle housing element is still in draft form, this annual report is based on the draft policies previously reviewed by the City Council and submitted to HCD as part of our 6th cycle housing element. The completed annual report includes progress made towards meeting the housing goals based on the total number of permits issued for new housing units during the reporting year, the total number of housing units entitled and completed, the status of other actions outlined in the Housing Elements Implementation Program, and reports on information such as sales, leases, and disposition of housing, and an inventory of surplus land. The Southern California Association of Governments establishes the regional housing needs assessment allocation for cities and counties in the region during each housing element cycle. For the sixth cycle, it's hard to say, planning period, this allocation was 17,453 residential units. The allocation is broken down by income categories of very low, low, and moderate, which are referred to as affordable housing, and above moderate income, which also is considered to be market rate housing. Over half of the total units allocated are targeted for families meeting one of the affordable housing categories. For the 2023 reporting year, the city issued 965 building permits for new housing units. Predominantly, these were single-family attached, multifamily, and accessory dwelling units. Notably, the number of total permits more than doubled than 2023 compared to 2022 when there were 480 new units permitted. So we went from 480 to 965. This is attributed to the Link OC project in District 6 and pictured on the right that had 406 apartment units and 3 separate townhome, as well as 3 separate townhome projects that received all or a portion of their building permits in 2023. ADU permitting continues to increase this year. We had 158 in 2021, 168 in 2022, and 243 in 2023. The 965 permits issued in 2023 were across all income categories as shown in the table, which tracks units by income category relative to the RHNA allocation and the city's quantified objective. The quantified objective represents what the city has determined to be a reasonable number of building permits that we can anticipate we will issue for housing units during the planning period. When taking into consideration factors such as available funding, infrastructure, and current market conditions. And that's a really important thing that's lost. The 17,400 is what was assigned per arena, but we are, through this process, provided the opportunity to create our own quantified objective, which is substantially lower and much more in line with traditional development that we've seen over a period of many years. The Housing and Community Development Department and Housing Authority continue to move forward on action items outlined in the Housing Elements Implementation Program, and I'd like to highlight a few of those efforts. The Residential Rehabilitation Loan Program, administered by Habitat for Humanity, rehabilitated 4 homes in 2023, including 3 mobile homes. Down payment assistance was provided for 19 units at the 100 West townhomes located at Anaheim Boulevard in Cerritos. There are 10 additional units eligible for this program as well. And 4 federal voucher programs are administered annually based on HUD funding availability. And I'm going to touch on the housing elements status and process a bit. So the city first released the draft 2021 or the 6th cycle housing element for a 30-day public review period in August of 2021. Staff made minor revisions and submitted that draft to HCD for review in October, following review by the Commission and City Council. Subsequently, the city has submitted twice formally to HCD in June of 2022 and May of 2023, and then again informally in September of 2023. We continue to address HCD's comments and are currently working on an additional formal submittal that we hope to submit back to the state soon. The city continues to work diligently, and in fact, I think we have another meeting with this, we have another conversation with the state tomorrow, I believe, on trying to find a way towards compliance. City staff is currently preparing amendments to the general plan land use element and the zoning code to reflect potential housing sites and implement housing policy programs. In addition, we are preparing an amendment to the circulation element of the general plan and creating new environmental justice element, as I had mentioned. We're also currently working with the city's consultant to complete the technical analysis required for the preparation of our program EIR that supports those various efforts. And with that, I will conclude and follow up on any questions.
So I just more comments than questions. So as a person who was on the commission or the committee, I can't remember the exact term, but we actually had the opportunity to look at parcels of land that made sense so that the city could actually back into the number of housing units that were required to build. And as part of that commission, we had somebody who was from every single district represented, and it was a really good opportunity to say where things made sense. And I'll give an example. In District 5, off of Lincoln and Rio Vista, there is a big shopping center, and there was a big retail study by the Orange County Business Council about 6 years ago, that said retail locations are good places for housing. But our group was able to show how it wasn't a great location for housing because there were food deserts. So to put affordable housing in an area where there were no grocery stores was probably not ideal for a low-income or affordable housing project. So I just have to say that I'm glad that we have residents who are engaging in the process as we're trying to fulfill 17,000 housing units, which I think is probably one of the highest numbers for any city throughout Southern California. We need better representation on SCAG. I mean, I don't think anybody here was there when we were given that 17,000. I think it was a different council member, but it's just we need to make sure that we're advocating for our city and showing how much the city of Anaheim does on the housing front. Can you share how much we have built and we've developed a lot of housing over the years, and I think that's something we need to talk about more frequently because it's not like we're a no-growth city. We build a lot of housing in Anaheim.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think we have a tremendous track record of both building market rate as well as housing at all income levels, thanks to the great work of our partners in housing and community development. Just as in the 5th cycle, the 8 years from 2013 to 2021, we built approximately 8,800 residential units. And so you can think just a little bit over 1,000 a year. So if you compare that to what we did in this last year, 2023, 960, again, we're sort of on that roughly 1,000 units per year is kind of what we would look at in terms of a healthy growth and certainly a very commendable record in terms of Orange County and even Southern California cities in terms of being a place that welcomes housing.
And this is my last question, I promise. But what are some of the issues that you're talking to HCD about tomorrow regarding our housing element? What's the holdup for them?
We continue to work with them on a number of small items, many of them related to new laws around the subject of affirmatively furthering fair housing. This is fairly new legislation and also a point of emphasis of HCD. And so there's a lot of technical nuance and work around that information that they continue to ask for. So that's one of the bigger areas.
Are our elected officials, our state representatives, are they helpful at all in helping us move forward with, or helping us get HCD to see the value of the housing element that you put together is very detailed, and I think it's a good path forward. Are we able to get any support from our assembly members or state senators to help us get HCD to pay attention and see the value in what we've accomplished here in Anaheim?
We have had conversations with our local legislatures, and they are supportive of our efforts, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions? Can we have a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
Second. We have a motion and a second, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is item number 12, pulled by Mayor Pro Tem with our police department. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like a staff report?
No, that's not necessary. I actually very much support the placing of, working with our Anaheim Union High School District in placing officers at their sites. Important in today's environment, and so I applaud that. My question is one of, as we are pulling another officer out of patrol or out of the streets, are we replacing that officer?
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. And Mayor Pro Tem, that's a great question. Part of the request, and that's going to be under, it's in 4 sections. The 4th section, APD is requesting one of an existing frozen officer positions to be restored upon execution of the amendment, and therefore, in essence, adding an officer as an FTE to allow for this position to be filled.
Okay, so you have to ask for that? Who gives you the answer?
I'm looking at the authority. That's part of the request and recommendation to City Council is it's 4 parts, but the 4th part is a request to unfreeze an officer position and allow this to take place.
Oh, you got my vote. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I visit Sycamore Junior High School quite often, and they have a 50% half-time student resource officer there. A really, really nice gal, raised in the neighborhood, has great abilities with the kids. I've seen her in action, and I can tell in speaking with her how important student resource officers are in that school. And I'm sure across the system where they are, there is from time to time some pushback, but I don't think the pushback is necessarily from the parents. Every parent I've talked to is very, very pleased to have a student resource officer on site. our own District 3 council member attended Sycamore Junior High, and I'm sure she would have wished that there was a student resource officer there when she attended, right? And so I think this is, I'm very supportive of this, and I think this is a very important program across the city, and I'm just, it can't happen fast enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Rubacalva.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick, just out of curiosity, how do we decide which high schools the officers get assigned to?
Thank you for the question. So we currently have 6 officers that are assigned to the school resource program, assigned to the high schools at Anaheim Union High School District. This is the agreement that obviously we came together and shared cost. And in addition to the high schools that they're assigned to, they're each divvied up the junior high schools. So the junior high schools do have a presence of an officer there on a part-time basis or on a short-time basis. But the need for Sycamore Junior High School, we both agree, and they wanted to add an additional full-time presence there. So as it stands right now, it's based on the request by the school districts. As an example, if you recall, there's also an agreement between the Anaheim Police Department and Placentia Yorba Linda School District for a school resource officer at the high school at Esperanza, and we're also working with Orange Unified School District for to add eventually an officer at Canyon High School. So all the high schools will be covered once those agreements have been made.
So currently we have officers that kind of maybe jump around. It covers all the schools in AUHSD?
Correct. For the Anaheim Union High School District, we have the high schools are covered, but in addition to covering the high schools that they're assigned to, they do have additional duties and responsibilities to assist and support the junior high schools that are the feeder schools, for lack of a better term, for those high schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacalva.
And I think you answered my question. I was just gonna, this is just an addendum to an already existing program, correct, Chief?
Correct. After the agreement and the recommendation by Anaheim Union High School District for the 6 officers at the high schools, we've had ongoing conversations, and they have made the formal request to add an additional, so this will be the 7th officer, specifically at Sycamore Junior High School on a full-time basis.
And I want to thank our city manager and you, because it was really difficult to get the school district to agree to work with us, and they're covering half of the cost of these police officers, which I think is unheard of. And I fully support adding an additional police officer, because that onto the police force to cover this, because we want to make sure we're not taking people off the streets when, you know, districts like mine, I think there's been a crime reduction across the city, and District 3 has actually seen a rise. So, and the 2 schools are near Anaheim High School and Sycamore, where we've seen an increase in gang activity. So grateful to see that you're adding police officers and not just reallocating.
Correct. And we're really grateful for the collaboration and the partnership between the school districts and the police department, so to make this happen.
Thank you.
No further questions. May we have a motion in a second?
I'll move.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item was pulled by Councilmember Leon. Item number 13, would you like a staff report?
Public Utilities Night at the council meeting. No, I'm kidding. If I could just get a very brief staff report, Director Lee, more for informational purposes for residents.
Thank you very much. I'm joined tonight by Brian Bielner, who is in charge of our finance and energy resources. I have a presentation that's not super brief, but I think it sets the stage for what we're proposing tonight. Okay. So before I get into the details of the proposals, I want to cover our overall financial strategies as it sets the foundation for customer bills. As a publicly owned utility, we are only allowed by city charter to recover our cost to serve electricity and water. That means what we collect goes right back into operating, maintaining, and upgrading our systems. With that said, we understand that bill affordability and long-term fiscal sustainability need to be managed to ensure that we provide high-quality service, not only today, but for future generations. I'll start with our water proposals. In California, these past 2 years of wet weather have provided much-needed relief to replenish depleted water supplies. But we know that long-term droughts are around the corner and we need to prepare. So there have been investments by the water industry in supplies and storage, but that in turn increases our wholesale costs. Add to that, there are regulations driving both conservation as well as for maintaining water quality. This makes running a retail water agency like we have in Anaheim a challenge as we work to minimize what we pass along to customers. Fortunately, this year's rate proposal is a modest decrease because of capital investments we have made to restore access to the local groundwater basin, which is our lowest cost resource. Protecting our water supplies for a sustainable future in Anaheim is working. Customers are reducing their overall usage, as you can see in this 30-year trend, with a 30% decrease in total volume on an annual basis, even with population increases and development activity. But you can start to understand the challenge when rates are based on usage and that usage is dropping. It's not fiscally viable to keep rates wholly dependent on consumption. Capital investments are another key driver, and that's because water mains need to be replaced along with other infrastructure. We have an aging system, so continuing to upgrade our water system is vital. Construction costs are increasing, so rates are incrementally adjusted to allow us to keep pace with necessary infrastructure replacements. Here's our water rate proposal. The customer charge in blue is the fixed portion of a customer's bill. That collects costs such as customer service, technology systems, and back office activities. This is the only charge that does not depend on usage. The other bill components are based on usage, and the base and commodity components are decreasing this year, reflecting that getting access to our groundwater basin have helped immensely with our costs. The reliability component helps us to address increasing capital costs, but overall there is a modest rate reduction. Here's what a typical water customer will see. A customer using 16 billing units, or roughly 12,000 gallons per month, will see less than a 1% reduction. Since 80% of a customer bill is still based on usage, there is still encouragement to conserve. I'm going to move on to our electric proposals. The electric industry is in the midst of a transformational change to how utilities provide energy and how that energy is used by customers. Meeting these overarching goals to get to a carbon-free future will require investments in renewable energy resources, the regional grid of transmission lines, as well as the local grid that Anaheim operates. We want to meet these challenges, but do so in a responsible manner that keeps customer bills and reliable service at the forefront of our investments. This transformation is not without bumps in the road. There have been rotating outages during periods of peak demand, constraints on transmission lines, and just last year, many of us experienced spikes in our natural gas bills. But while other electric utilities required significant increases, we were able to avoid following suit as we recovered our costs through wholesale sales and minimized impact to customer bills. Much like water use in Anaheim, we've seen a reduction in energy use over the decades. There are some compelling reasons why we're 18% lower today. Customers are conserving more with help through our rebates. There are improved building codes, and solar is more prevalent on rooftops. For Anaheim, this means we need to be strategic in how we recover our costs so that we can still purchase more renewable power and maintain the grid. This chart gives you an idea of how we have controlled our costs. For a typical residential customer using 500 billing units per month, you can see that while there have been increases in Anaheim, we've kept them to a modest level, averaging about 1.5% annually, compared to other electric bills in Orange County communities. One of the biggest factors in utility rates in California has been wildfire risks. It caused Pacific Gas and Electric in Northern California to face bankruptcy, and it has required significant mitigation measures across the industry. We are not immune to wildfire risk, but we have taken prudent measures, including strategic undergrounding, enhanced operations, and equipment upgrades to fire risk areas. Tonight's proposal does not cause rate increases. It helps us to move forward, recovering our fixed costs. That includes a $3 monthly increase to the customer charge with offsetting adjustments to the variable components. The components in yellow are the usage-based portion of a bill, where a customer gets a base level or 300 units for essential needs, and then a higher tier for anything above that base. Here's what a typical customer's bill looks like. For a household that uses 500 billing units per month, there is no change to the bottom line. Even with the proposed changes, electric bills are still largely consumption-driven, giving customers opportunities to conserve and lower their bills. The rate stabilization is a component that addresses environmental policy impacts and wholesale power costs. Now that many of those costs are regulated or secured through contracts, they are more appropriate to collect in our energy charges. The last proposal is to help our most vulnerable customers who may be impacted by the rate modifications proposed. The city charter allows for bill assistance programs to income-qualified customers. Currently, for a single resident, that means someone making less than $80,400 per year. The discount applies to those who meet that qualification and are seniors, disabled, or military veterans. The discount of 10% is being proposed to increase to 12%. We also have master metered customers. Those could be multifamily or mobile home parks where there is 1 meter for the entire complex. We work with those property managers to ensure that eligible customers receive the discounts. But since we don't measure individual usage, we're proposing a flat bill reduction by $5. Alternatively, if a customer is income qualified but not in one of the categories I mentioned, we do have a community solar discount. We take the energy produced at local sites owned by APU and apply a virtual discount. And we'll work with our customers to figure out what is the most advantageous program or identify other opportunities such as federal assistance. The Public Utilities Board conducted a public hearing on the rate and rule modifications on February 28th. There was one resident who spoke during the water rate hearing but did not protest the item, and the board recommended the actions before you tonight. And Brian and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Lee. Appreciate the overview. This seems more like a technical annual review. Would that be accurate to say?
In part, that's a good way to characterize it. I think what we're trying to do is get a little bit closer to how our rates are structured. You may not be old enough, but for some of us, we remember how our phone bills used to be. And the phone bills used to be based on usage. You could actually see every single line item in terms of the calls that you made, and you got in trouble if you made long-distance calls and your parents found out.
Yeah, let me just clarify. Those are home phones. You might not be familiar with them.
Are those
Yeah.
the ones with the rotation thing, the numbers? Okay, good.
Right. But
Good clarifications here.
Those phone bills have now largely become immune to usage. What that means is you pay a flat rate and then you get to use the phone on an unlimited basis. So we're not certainly suggesting that we go there because that would then really discourage conservation and people reducing the amount of water and electricity they use. But it tells you that there are fixed costs that are associated with running a utility that have to be recovered regardless of how much usage that a customer has.
And so to dovetail off of that, so there are operational expenses on our side, right? But per the charter, is it correct to say that we don't make a profit? We cannot run our public utilities making a profit. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. We made the same profit last year that we made this year, which is 0. We don't make a profit. All we're able to do is recover our costs.
Okay, and then just the last thing, so would it be fair to say that the net of this is that we're not raising rates for folks, but those who are income qualified customers also will continue to receive more bill discounts so that at the end of the day, they're not being charged more?
That's right. So if you have very, very low usage, then the fact that there's a slight adjustment to the fixed charge could mean that you're seeing a slight bill increase. And so recognizing that, we're increasing the amount of discounts those income qualified customers would receive. So on a net basis, it would be neutral to them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva? Oh, thank you. Councilmember Fessel, did you have a question?
I just want to make a comment. I'm energy and water stingy, and I follow my rates very, very carefully and have recorded them for the last 8 years probably, so I have a full background on exactly what I use, and maybe that makes me stingy. But seems to me that I have been told that in adjacent agencies, adjacent cities that are not municipal electric utilities like Anaheim, the top tier could be as expensive as 70 cents a kilowatt hour. And our top tier is under 24 cents. And I think slide 11 didn't show enough, honestly. And thank you for that. That refutes what we hear all the time. Well, we're paying too much for energy and water. Well, maybe we are in general, but we certainly, Anaheim certainly has a distinct advantage, and I believe in water rates. We are probably in the lowest or the lower 30th percentile, approximately.
That's correct.
Used to be tighter than that, but that's a good place to be. And I just want to, I appreciate the fact that, we're able to hold these costs down for our residents. Utilities are something that they just, residents feel that they have to pay, and it's difficult for them. Sometimes and Taku, you and I have talked to some of these residents. It's, do we pay the water and electric bill, or do we, buy food? These are tough decisions, especially today. So I appreciate the fact that you have added slide 11 here to show us, where we are, and if anything, the other North Orange County cities will likely get higher and higher and higher. So just an observation, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. This is good news. And years ago, managers of utilities used to worry about the cost of utility, employee relations, CIPs, and customer relations. What came from Sacramento the last 5 years is a plethora of regulations that this good news are coming to an end. Just an example is one of the regulations is called Make Conservation a Way of Life in California. Anaheim alone will have to cut about 12,000 acre feet a year, 10 to 12,000 acre feet a year. That's about $18 million per year that Anaheim gonna lose in revenue, Anaheim Public Utilities. The rate is gonna go up. And it's not because we are doing a bad job, we are doing a great job. It's because regulations coming from Sacramento that are making our way of life way more expensive, tremendously more expensive. And I'm saying this because in a year or two when our public utility came to us and asked for substantial increase, it would be because the tremendous amount of regulations that are coming from Sacramento. I would like to move this item forward.
Mayor Pro Tem?
You mentioned something that kind of perked my interest. You said we're going to make the same this year as we made last year, which is $0. What happens if you make like $1.50 extra? Where does that $1.50 go?
Sorry, that's a very good question. So obviously it doesn't balance out to zero. I'm being facetious in terms of not making a profit, but there is a little bit of variability just because our customer base changes frequently. So if there is anything that's extra, or if we have less than what we had anticipated, then we do have reserves that we can lean on, and we have. During the pandemic, we relied on them very heavily in order to assume the deficit that we were experiencing. At the same time, that was for our entire rate base, but our residents who were home at the time were actually using and consuming more. And so they ended up with a reduction. So we ended up rebating them about $20 per household during the pandemic. So the thing I want to convey to City Council is, because I really appreciate the words from Councilmember Diaz about regulatory impacts. It is a huge driver in terms of what our cost profile looks like, and we do our very best to mitigate them to the extent possible. But there are going to be some increases in the future, no question about it, for all agencies, not just Anaheim. But to answer your question, we do rely on reserves to basically buffer that. And so I think the best example of that is the natural gas prices that really spiked last winter. We did not use that as a way to turn it into a rate increase for our customers because we leaned on the reserves and on wholesale sales.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a motion from Councilmember Diaz. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I think we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim modifying the rates, rules, and regulations which do not materially increase rate-related revenues for the sale and distribution of electricity as adopted by resolution number 71R-478 and most recently amended by resolution number 2023-022 and determining that said actions are exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080B8 and Sections 15061B3 and 15273A of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim modifying the rates, rules, and regulations which do not materially increase rates-related revenues for the sale and distribution of water as adopted by resolution number 72R-600 and most recently amended by resolution number 2023-023 and determining that said actions are exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code Sections 21080B8 and Sections 15061B3 and 15273A of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations.
Very well done.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to our business calendar. Item 14 is the final draft report completed by HRNA outlining techniques to increase the supply of affordable housing. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Stepter, please.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present this item tonight. With me tonight is Deputy Director Andy Nogel, Community Development Manager Kevin Clausen, and the HRNA team composed of Paul Silvern and Anna Peng. We will be leaning into them quite a bit to go through the techniques report itself, and then staff will provide you with a short overview of the things within their study that we believe we already have in place so that it's a little bit clearer in terms of those things where we believe we've made some progress when compared to things that are being done up and down the state by our counterparts, and those places where there may be some room for improvement or some decision and direction to be provided to staff by City Council. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Paul to get us kicked off.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Aitken, council members, city staff, members of the public. My name is Paul Silvern. I'm a partner with HRNA Advisors Los Angeles office. And with me this evening is my colleague Ada Peng, who is a director in our Los Angeles office. This evening, we propose to briefly summarize regulatory, financing, and other strategies which may be appropriate to assist Anaheim in meeting its housing element objectives, particularly to help you increase the supply of housing affordable to lower and moderate income households. Could I have the slide 5? By way of background, our firm HRNA Advisors is a national real estate advisory, economic development, housing affordability, and public policy consulting firm. We work across the U.S. and elsewhere to try to help improve the quality of life in cities. Our housing practice is focused in the 3 categories shown on this slide: housing plans and strategies to help jurisdictions like yours identify and address their housing needs, housing policies and programs to achieve specified objectives, and housing transactions in which we work primarily with public funders to implement individual housing finance transactions. And the clients, generally speaking, are public, private, institutional, and nonprofit organizations. We can go to slide 6. As we understand it, Anaheim seeks to facilitate production of a rather large volume of new housing units during the remainder of the 2021-29 housing element planning period, of which more than half of the regional housing needs allocation target is set aside for lower and moderate income households, and about 12% of your quantified objective is reserved for that category as well. This is a daunting challenge, undoubtedly, and one that your colleagues across the state of California are facing. But there are a number of strategies we would suggest that are being used across the state and elsewhere across the U.S. That are potentially helpful to you in meeting this challenge. In a moment, my colleague Ada will summarize 15 of them, 6 of which involve adjustments to zoning and other regulations, 5 involve funding and financing strategies, and then 4 others. Deciding which of these may be suitable for Anaheim starts with tonight's discussion and direction to your staff. This will be followed by more detailed evaluation of your preferred approaches, and that evaluation will likely include determining, if we could go to slide 10, how efficiently and effectively the individual strategies meet the city's goals, how long it will take to implement them, how to tailor the strategies specifically for Anaheim, and then identifying any barriers to successful implementation and how to overcome them. Slide 11, please. Here we simply note that of the 15 strategies we're going to briefly summarize, that almost all of them are applicable to increasing the supply of affordable housing, and most of them, particularly in the first category, are equally applicable to increasing the supply of market rate housing. With that, let me turn to Ada to describe these 15 strategies. And I'll just note that in the presentation package that we're speaking to tonight, which you received at the end of February, there is an appendix with some additional information, but in order to conserve time tonight, we're not going to go into those items. Ada?
Thank you, Paul. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ada Penn, a director with HR&A Advisors. So I'm going to give a quick overview of the list of strategies that we prepared. And we will start with the first bucket of tools that update land use regulations along with other regulatory reforms. And expanding by right housing development is a widely employed tool to approve projects that meet underlying local zoning requirements through administrative approval. And it may include expanding areas that allow by right housing development, increasing by right density for both lower density residential zones to allow for missing middle typologies, or increasing the base density for multifamily residential areas. And this strategy has the potential to substantially increase housing production capacity for market rate housing in general, but can also be designed to produce more affordable housing when accompanied with other tools such as incentive zoning, affordable housing overlay. It should be noted that it is helpful to have anti-displacement policies in place to mitigate potential displacement impact and protect existing low-income renters. There have been various state legislations along this approach, including AB 2011, that allows for ministerial by right approval for affordable housing on commercially zoned land, and also allows such approvals for mixed income housing along commercial corridors. Next slide. So the second common land use tool involves allowing flexibility in design and zoning codes to enhance project financial feasibility. This may include reducing parking and setback requirements, either citywide or in specific areas near transit hubs. These flexibility not only providing these flexibility not only boosts housing production capacity for market rate housing, but can also facilitate the creation of affordable units when implemented alongside complementary strategies. And to illustrate, the state density bonus program offer various design variants to project that meet its affordable housing criteria. So these further incentivize development of affordable housing in mixed income project. Next slide. There are also various land use tools that could be tailored to incentivize the production of housing units as specific income levels, particularly for workforce or moderate income housing. For instance, Culver City has implemented a local incentive zoning system that allows additional density in exchange for developers reserving units for workforce housing. This program can target essential workers that are earning moderate income level that make them not qualified for low-income housing, but they can also they cannot afford the current market rate units in the city. Next slide. And workforce housing incentive program is also just one unique example within a broader spectrum of incentive zoning programs. And these incentive zoning programs typically offer various development incentives, such as density bonus, design variances, and tax abatements in exchange for the inclusionary of affordable housing, either on-site or off-site, and both for rental or for sale development projects. They can be structured as either mandatory requirements or through voluntary incentives. We want to point out that it is critical to ensure that any mandatory requirements do not make projects financially infeasible, as this would counteract the goal of housing production. And in larger jurisdictions with significant disparities in local real estate submarkets, it's beneficial to establish different tiers of incentives and affordable housing requirements supported by thorough financial feasibility analysis. And this approach can ensure that incentives are tailored to local market conditions and effectively addressing the needs for both affordable and market rate housing units. Next slide. Recent state legislations have significantly streamlined the approval process for accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and junior ADUs, and making them an increasingly source for housing production, including Anaheim. ADUs are often considered affordable housing options due to their smaller unit size and construction on land already owned by homeowners. And in the meantime, various jurisdictions have also implemented affordable ADU programs to further incentivize the development of deed-restricted affordable ADU units. For example, San Diego has a program that allows homeowners to build one additional market rate ADU if they develop one deed-restricted affordable ADU. Napa County also have an ADU grant program that provides forgivable loans to households who provides affordable ADU for a period of 5 years. So these initiatives not only expand housing options, but also contribute to addressing affordability challenges. Next slide. Converting office, hotel, and retail spaces into housing represents a nationwide trend that aim at repurposing these underutilized commercial properties and addressing the pressing needs for housing at the same time. And the statewide Home Key initiative is one example that have facilitated the creation of thousands of interim and permanent housing units for individuals experiencing homelessness, including for City of Anaheim. And it is important to acknowledge that these conversion projects can be expensive and they often require substantial funding subsidies to make the project feasible. And also at the local jurisdiction, the City of LA is in the process to establish a citywide adaptive reuse ordinance that expand its existing incentives to encourage converting underutilized buildings into new housing. So the next set of tools, we will talk about programs and policies that aimed at expanding and sustaining funding sources for affordable housing. And the first two common tools are Housing Trust Fund and Housing Loan Funds. And these funds are typically established to offer grants and loans, provide bridge funding for affordable housing development and preservation projects that align with the fund's underwriting guidelines. Depending on the structure, local public funds can also be leveraged to potentially attract additional support from public, private, and philanthropic sources, maximizing the impact of available resources. Next slide. And in particular, for a local housing trust fund that doesn't rely on federal funding, there's added flexibility regarding the types of housing activities that can be prioritized to meet local needs. And this may include affordable home ownership initiatives, affordable rental housing, and other tailored programs. Additionally, such funds streamline the underwriting and approval process, which provides valuable benefit for development and acquisition, and especially for developers that are competing for sites in a competitive real estate market. This streamlined approach can also enable efficient decision-making and expediting the implementation of crucial housing projects that bring housing units to the community. The next one, Housing Loan Fund, typically offer lower cost financing to support affordable housing production and preservation initiatives, leveraging the revolving nature of the fund to make a sustained impact at scale. And these funds are sometimes positioned to attract private and nonprofit funding sources and making them more effective to provide funding at scale. However, they also require capacity to underwrite projects to ensure repayment viability. And we want to mention that there will be upcoming meetings that further discuss the city staff's ongoing effort on the housing funds at future meetings. So commercial linkage fee represents another common source to support affordable housing initiatives. And these fees are typically paid by developers of commercial projects and are intended to mitigate potential imbalance between housing and job growth. They are frequently implemented in jurisdictions with robust commercial real estate markets, and when set at an appropriate level, commercial linkage fees can provide a consistent and reliable funding stream to support affordable housing efforts without discouraging commercial development. The next one on property tax abatement to support moderate income housing. This strategy is commonly employed specifically for moderate income housing for the reason that there is limited available public funding for moderate income housing, as most public funding sources are restricted to households below 80% of the area median income. For these programs, it is critical to ensure that the affordability benefits outweigh the accumulated foregone property tax revenue. And they can also play a key role in preserving naturally occurring affordable housing, which serves as a key source of affordable housing for many jurisdictions across California. And the last one in this bucket, we want to talk about post-redevelopment tax increment financing measures. So with the dissolution of redevelopment agencies in 2012, tax increment financing has emerged as a crucial mechanism for capturing future property tax increase compared to a base year to fund infrastructure initiatives, including affordable housing. However, it really depends on whether there is a significant scale of development and also in an area with strong potential growth in terms of real estate value to generate enough revenue to capture that percentage share of the property tax increment. And also, it often requires various voter approval, which has limited the success stories in using EIFD or other TIF mechanism to produce affordable housing. So this leads to our last category that talks about other tools and strategies that are not directly related to land use and funding and financing resources. So the first one being affordable housing on public and faith-based owned land. So there have been a couple legislation on this, and the recent stronger enforcement and clarification on surplus land act, for example, offer guidance to public agencies on prioritizing affordable housing development on surplus public land. And the recently approved state legislation SB 4, commonly known as Yes in God's Backyard, also streamlined the development approval process for affordable housing on faith-based owned land, which provide more opportunities for 100% affordable housing development. At the individual site level, developers frequently engage in development agreements with jurisdictions for large-scale commercial projects. And in order to formalize their entitled development plans and outline the community benefit obligations. And these agreements sometimes may require on-site affordable housing provision, contributions to local housing trust funds, or donation of land to for affordable housing development. And so standardized development templates can help to establish baseline expectation in terms of community benefit, reducing uncertainty and negotiation time. And the streamlined approach is particularly beneficial for jurisdictions with robust pipelines of large-scale commercial developments, ensuring that community benefits, including affordable housing, are consistently and effectively integrated into development projects. And in local real estate markets that is expected to experience rapid growth, land banking can also be one tool to safeguard the most precious resource for affordable housing development, which is land, over the long term. However, this approach presents some challenges, particularly in markets with already elevated land cost and significant investment interest. And lastly, implementing a housing dashboard to monitor and evaluate housing programs and policies can provide key information to policymakers, stakeholders, and community members to inform them of housing program progress. Dashboard can not only track key housing and demographic data, but also offer insights to guide future program design and implementation. And this is the end of our presentation, and we also have more details in the appendix of this presentation. Thank you, everyone.
We'll take it from there really quickly. I know that this is a lot of information. We did attempt to pass this out to allow some time for review, but understanding that this is a lot of information, staff also took a much deeper dive into what was being proposed. We took a wide lens in terms of tell us everything that's out there, and then let us compare what Anaheim currently does against the landscape of what's done in California. And so to that end, we did take strategy by strategy what HRA gave to us, and very quickly, I won't go into it, we put check marks next to those things where we believe we have done a fairly good job. That doesn't mean we've done it to the T of what they've done it, but in many cases, we have. Prime example, the ADUs up there, our planning department initiated ADU-Heim. The Orange County Housing Trust Fund has put out some money to help finance that. Our planning department has really been very upfront and very forward-thinking in terms of how they've approached policies and streamlining of the entire planning process. And we've implemented locally the motel conversion ordinance, which is really one of the precursors for the state's home key program. That's in one of the buckets that was presented. And under the funding and finance bucket, as you can see, we believe we've done a lot of this. Our model for aiding in the production of affordable housing is lending out money through housing loan funds. We've done we entered into those joint power agreements with CSCDA, which did produce almost 1,200 units. Many of those units here downtown are in the Platinum Triangle. Obviously, you can see there's a couple places that we haven't gone into, and that really would require council policy direction as to whether or not we move in that direction. Although I will say that the Local Housing Trust Fund is one that's been talked about pretty broadly, and we think we have some sense of direction from council at least to explore that. And so you will see an item on that at our next meeting on April 2nd. And then here, we also took a look at the last bucket, which is the program and the policies. Once again, here, we made an effort to describe what it is we believe we've done. Well, we do certainly want to work with our faith-based community, and we've had a lot of interest in that area. We've taken several meetings, and most definitely open to that. And in the area of standardizing our development agreements, well, progress has been made there as well. I'm going to leave it at that. So with that, we'll take questions.
Thank you. Start with Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Out of curiosity, how much did that research cost? What did we pay for that study?
Councilmember Rubicalva, the total amount of the study is up to $48,000.
48,000?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you can go back a couple of slides. So I see the two, you know that I think that Anaheim does a great job developing housing and providing housing opportunities for residents in our city. So it looks like the things that you don't have checked off from the long list of opportunities that was presented in the presentation. One is workforce housing incentive programs. The other is incentive zoning, which is inclusionary, basically. And then if you can go to the next slide, it was commercial linkage. The local housing trust, I'm not going to touch on right now because that's something we're working on. So can you share any case studies where this has actually offered additional opportunities for these? Just to me seem like they would be barriers to development. So if you can share any success stories in cities where this has actually driven increase in housing development, I'd love to hear that.
The appendix section of the report that we provided includes a list of cities associated with each of the strategies, and the strategies have increased housing production in each one of them. So obviously it depends on local housing market circumstances and the details of how the program is provided, but every one of these strategies can contribute to increasing the supply of either moderate or market rate housing.
Yeah, moderate or market rate housing. And
I'm sorry, affordable or market.
So the incentive zoning cities are very slow growth cities.
No, they're all a variety.
Well, Santa Monica is definitely a slow growth city.
If you're referring primarily to inclusionary housing strategies, which can be mandatory, incentivized, or voluntary, there are well over 100 jurisdictions in California and dozens more across the country that have some form of inclusionary housing. And they do definitely provide an increase in the supply of affordable housing, depending on the circumstances of how they're designed. But of course, they move in relation to housing market cycles.
In your research, do you actually have like a before and after? So this many units were developed before inclusionary, and this many units were developed after for each of these cities?
No, we don't have it on a city-by-city basis, but there are plenty of studies, and we could certainly provide you more information about the housing production that has resulted from inclusionary zoning around the state.
Yeah, I'd love to see that research because I don't know if it's proven. I mean, I know that it's definitely a buzzword for housing development or for affordable, but I don't know if it's actually been proven that we've seen an increase in development. If I was a developer, I'd find it as a barrier to developing. And for me, I think Anaheim has been such a good partner to so many developers that it doesn't seem to be an incentive as much as it would be a barrier. So if you can go to the commercial linkage, can you explain what that is?
Commercial linkage fees are a fee on commercial development to offset the affordable housing impacts of the labor supply that commercial development produces. And here again, there are dozens of these fees that are in place around California going back all the way to the early 1980s.
So then we would charge commercial real estate.
It's a development impact fee. That's correct.
So we would charge them to have their business in our city so that we can pay for affordable housing.
That's right, because the range of workers in many businesses spans across the household income spectrum, and to the extent that you're attracting new businesses to the city, which of course you want to grow your tax base and your employment base, but along with the increase in employment comes the need for affordable housing for lower wage workers.
So interesting. So that would be so it's a policy that the council could entertain,
Of
and that
course.
would impact all businesses, including our bigger businesses like Disney.
Well, it would depend. Some cities impose this strictly on office building development. Other cities impose linkage fees on the full spectrum of commercial development. So it's just a function of how one would choose to design the program.
And that's only new development moving forward?
Yes.
That almost seems unfair because we don't have a ton of new commercial development going up in the city.
Again, it's a matter of how you would choose to design the program, but there are plenty of examples of it all over California.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Fessel.
I have a couple questions. On the slideshow, can you go back to, let's start with slide 11. On there, it had the hotel or office, hotel, retail conversion programs, but it doesn't have affordable housing production check there. And when we converted hotels, we did it to affordable or transitional housing. Is that just a miss there?
No, again, it just depends on how the program is designed. When we developed our description of this, we weren't really thinking about motel conversion programs, which you obviously have in Anaheim, as well as lots of others around the state who are using state funding through the COVID period to implement that program. What we were really focused on is what you're seeing in the press more recently is the conversion of commercial under occupied commercial office buildings, hotels, and retail malls into housing-focused developments. So we were thinking about it in a somewhat different way than the way you've applied it in Anaheim.
Okay. All right. So, and then if you go to slide 14.
Oh, and just to get, Councilmember, back to your question about why the affordable check mark isn't there, is that because the financial feasibility implications of doing those kinds of conversions is such that adding an affordable housing component to it adds to the feasibility challenge, and absent some form of subsidy, it's difficult to realize affordable housing through those kinds of conversion programs, but they do increase the overall supply of housing.
Yeah, they're just expensive conversions. I mean, sometimes it's just
but
more
there are a lot-
financially feasible to tear it down and build what you want.
It probably just speaks to the innovation of the city. I do think we are one of the few jurisdictions that has motel conversions, and we've done it very successfully. I mean,
Yeah.
Buena Esperanza is one. Tampico Motel is going to be another one. So I think aside from the exercise of showing you everything that's out there, I think it also does, at least for staff, validate that, we're not only working in the box, working outside of the box and shaking every cushion and talking to different partners to try to get us a little bit further.
Yeah, no, I think we've done a great job. I think the motel conversions have been really successful for the transitional housing and the affordable housing that we're doing there. And just in general, I mean, I think that, Anaheim's doing a great job in creating additional housing here, as our numbers were showing this year, another almost 1,000 units last year. But if we go to 14, this concept of just kind of blanket flexibility in design and things like that. I'm an Anaheim person for the long haul. Have been, always will be, and I'm very concerned when we make decisions because of an immediate issue that has longer-term negative impacts that don't create a good place to live for our city, that don't create a benefit for our residents. And so when we do things that create design standards that maybe make things uncomfortable to live in or undesirable to live in, and whether that's a parking issue, a space issue, setback issue, any of those things, and you create a place that is undesirable, it is the future place nobody wants to live. and so I want to just, as we look at those things, I'm not against some level of flexibility, but I think our process is in place where we can look at those designs through the waiver process and make decisions that are right for the future of our city and not just kind of throw out a blanket. Even with some of the other things where we talk about incentives. The state has mandated incentives for affordable housing, and we comply with those. I would be very concerned if we came in and said, okay, I want to reduce parking even more because they're not providing enough parking as it is for affordable housing. So I would be concerned with some of those strategies. Workforce housing, I like that. I mean, I think that's a focus that we need to take care of people that are working hard and trying to make it, support their families. I'm not a big ADU person. I think those once again are allowed by the state, but as you look to our past problems in some of our neighborhoods and places that we have spent millions and millions and millions of dollars of going in and trying to clean up, a lot of it is based on absentee landlords of small units or small developments, whether they're duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, where you don't have on-site management. And I think as a sustainable future for Anaheim, we are better served by focusing on larger developments that have on-site management, that have the oversight that they need. And when we start, like some of these cities, you get to build 2 ADUs because one of them is affordable, and now you have 3 rental units on a house that really only has parking for one house. That future doesn't look bright to me. So those things I'm concerned with. And then as far as the commercial impact fee or whatever they called it, I mean, we do not have a lot of commercial development. We don't have an imbalance of commercial to housing in our city. And so I would be hesitant to create a policy that would disincentivize commercial development. I think that we need that balance of jobs to housing. And so creating that kind of fee would be a concern to me. But, there's some things that we can take away there and, try to move forward on things that are good for the future of Anaheim and provide the housing that we need. That was all I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Grace, thank you for you and your team for pulling this together and having their principals present today. Can we go to the last page of the city answer? And yeah, land bank and the dashboard. Let's talk about the land bank first. From what I understand from the consultant, a land bank, is property that we hold on to and that we can decide to do something with in the future. Now, we have lots of little remnant pieces and little spots across the city. But for the most part, Anaheim's fairly built out, other than a little bit that's left in the Platinum Triangle, which is getting built out pretty quickly. Where do you see Anaheim as a potential land bank potential at all? I'm not sure that I do. And if you do, explain that, what you sense in that.
I do believe that there is potential there. I would note, for example, the Karcher site that, we swapped center greens for, and then eventually we assembled a larger parcel. We're doing similar things along Beach Boulevard in terms of taking out defunct motels that really serve nefarious activities, but we're collecting them while we're assembling sites. We have other opportunities along different corridors where perhaps retail spaces. So it's not traditional from the perspective that we would go after empty land and hold it and what have you. But I would see it as equivalent to being able to acquire opportunity sites, which is really the model on which the Housing Authority has been successful, which is where acquire sites, assemble them, and then put them out to RFP for future development. So that's where I think there would be some sense. Now, we're not necessarily in the land bank business currently because that would require a recurring source of funds. So we are being very methodical about what we do invest in, because we know that what we have here today is the resources of the former redevelopment agency, and there will come a date certain when those funds dry up.
Well, would you say then we're essentially doing, while we're not officially a land bank city, we're doing what we can based upon your best efforts?
That's what we did when we had redevelopment, resources, and now we are activating those redevelopment resources and whatever else we can add to it. So we've had a history of it when we had the resources.
Now let's talk about the housing dashboard. A dashboard to me is like something that you refer to, or one of our developers could refer to, that explains what our status is, where projects are, where opportunity sites are. Is that what we're talking about here?
Go ahead.
Yes, a dashboard can be created for different purposes. For example, at state agencies, they use dashboards to track the RENA status. For Home Key program, they're tracking how many funding they have been awarded, how many projects, what are the locations. And at the city level, it could be tied to the program specific level. For example, if there is a home ownership program, it could be catered to track the program status, but it can also be designed to track overall housing progress in terms of housing production at different income levels. So it's kind of a category that we want to present, because it is a good way of increasing transparency in terms of where the city resources goes to and how that impact housing production.
It's a useful information system, but it doesn't directly lead to production of.
No, I totally understand that. It's not building brick and mortar buildings, but it helps. Yes. I believe it likely helps the process. In fact, when I saw this here, I said, don't we have something almost like that now? Or does it just take a developer to call you or Ted and say, we have an idea, where can we take this? I thought we
So where
actually
we've
had
seen,
something.
so when we've seen dashboards work is, or examples, there's large jurisdictions that are putting out RFPs and, or they're like LA, they have a pipeline. And so you can see like they got measures, HHA or what have you. And so they're getting money and they're accountable for how did they spend those those proposition dollars. To be fully transparent about, we've got this public money and what we do. We have information on how to contact us and the process, but the reality in Anaheim is really that where development is happening is being facilitated by us through the release of RFPs of our sites. We're not a jurisdiction that has every year an annual competition for money that then would necessitate us to be saying, okay, we got this brand new maybe bond financing and we put it out through an RFP and this is how many units we're developing, tying back to some big allocation of public funding. Certainly, for example, a prime example in Orange County would be the housing trust fund that you sat on. We county resources, state resources, and so they have a dashboard. They put out every year. They put out an RFP for money. They show where that money went to, and then they're tracking when those units come online.
So Grace, do you feel that establishing that, which it sounds like it's more an IT issue than a building, pouring floors and putting in concrete, should we consider that? What does that gain us, I guess?
It's a nice to have, but just as Paul mentioned, it doesn't move the needle. And with the bandwidth of the size of the staff that we could certainly strengthen but truthfully, I wouldn't want to put all my staffing resources in tracking a dashboard for units that for a pipeline that doesn't grow, but does it help in terms of more further education? I feel like our website serves the purposes for the resources that we have. However, next week when we have a conversation about potentially a trust fund and a recurring source of funds, and then I would say absolutely we are getting a recurring source of fund that is not what we have, and we should really explore something like this to be accountable and show the progress of the funding that's coming in annually, so we can show what came in and what we're doing with it. That would be a perfect example of where I think certainly worth the investment in time and IT resources.
Well, Grace, you know that I personally think that you and your team do a great job, and I appreciate your candor in addressing my questions on these two. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. And actually, both Council Members Fessel and Meeks comment on some of the things I was going to comment on. One thing I think is really important that Councilmember Meeks mentioned was that commercial linkage. We have a new economic development department that's struggling to bring business in. Don't want to make it even more difficult for them to attract supermarkets and other businesses that we want to serve our residents. So I'm a little concerned with the commercial linkage fee also.
That's completely understood, and the purpose of the presentation tonight was really to give you a complete menu of which we fully understood. There would be things on it, much like when you go to a buffet, that just look completely unappetizing to you, but other things that might pique your interest and others that you immediately say that goes on my plate. So that's really was the purpose of presenting it in this matter.
Thank
today.
you. And the other comment is your department has done such a nice job of working with developers to make the properties unique, attractive. We have the affordable housing buildings that you would never tell by driving by them. They're not the boxes that some cities have. So keeping that in mind, along with Councilmember Meeks, that's something that we want to preserve in Anaheim. Love that the Housing Trust information is coming next week. And so what is next with this report? You've given it to us. It's a lot to digest. It's good information, but what's the next step with it?
The next step is really to seek council direction on whether there are programs in here that you would like us to explore further, to bring back to you with more information. If there's anything on this menu that you say, yeah, I'd like to dig a little deeper into that and bring it back for further consideration, or you could direct us and say, we're comfortable with where we're at, and then it would just be receive and file.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to remind everybody that government doesn't build houses, private sector does. It's complicated to build houses these days. The cost of the land is ridiculous. Just in West Anaheim, 7,000 square feet lot, 600,000, 650,000. Then you put $400,000 for the housing that you're gonna build, plus the loan that you get from the bank. It's more than $1 million for a single home in West Anaheim. Doesn't pencil out. Regulations, it's taking a chunk out of housing production. The NIMBYs, believe it or not, NIMBYs had a lot to do with the low housing production in California. And we see it here. Every time a new project is coming, you get tons and tons of neighborhoods coming, complaining about the project. And lately is the difficulty to obtain loans. Yeah, people that doesn't understand the industry think that these are mega rich people that have extra $1 million floating around in the doors, in the kitchen, and one day they say, I'm gonna spend $20 million building this. No, they need to get loans. It's difficult to get loans these days to build anything. We're experiencing that on Lincoln and Beach Boulevard. I'm one of those property right persons. I'm in favor of expanding residential at industrial or commercial locations. Why not? Increasing density, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Not everywhere, but some places are appropriate. Rezoning, I'm okay with that. Again, you have a piece of land that you can redevelop from this zoning to that zoning, and that increase housing. Why not? Reduce approval time. Time is money in this country. Time is money. We can reduce the approval time. We expedite the process. Tax incentive, that would produce houses. EDUs, I'm okay with them. I'm okay with them. It's your piece of land, you have extra land in your backyard. I have a couple of neighbors that have built EDUs, not for rental, but for the in-laws, and it's working. Office space into housing, why not? Development agreements, why not? I can tell you what I'm gonna get a big no if this ever bring to this council. Mandatory development agreement, mandatory developer impact fees. Commercial, residential, I'm gonna vote no on that. Inclusionary housing, I'm gonna vote no on that. I'm gonna explain why. I completely disagree with you. When you force builders to build low units, somebody else has to pay for it. Either they have to sell the unit a bigger price, or so something has to give. So besides being so difficult to build in California, you're gonna put that on top of that, they're gonna go to Nevada. There is no housing issues in Nevada, because then they don't make these requirements there. The state could help too, by reducing CEQA, have become an excuse to kill projects. Also, the state could bring back the redevelopment agency. When we had the redevelopment agency, we were producing tons of low-income housing. The state killed it because they wanted the money. So it's fine for the state to take what used to produce a lot of low-income houses for us, for the money, but then they force us to do more housing. Doesn't match what the state is saying for what they do. And we are a market-driven society. We want to lower the price of housing. The solution is build, 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 and build. When we have plenty of housing supply, then the market going to stabilize and even go down in price. But again, I will vote no in any development impact fees in addition to what we have. I'm going to vote no in inclusionary housing. That doesn't work. And by the way, Councilmember Rubalcaba, thank you for asking the question about the cost of this study. I think our housing and community development had the expertise to make this report even better. I know what we did. We tried to bring outside experts so we don't look like that we are we tried to bring an outside consultant to say, hey, these are the options. But you guys are probably more experts than the people bringing this report. I would have saved $42,000. Thank you.
Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few clarifying questions, and I apologize because I know we were talking about the housing element earlier, so that some of these might be repeats. But Grace, can you share currently, do we have a number of how many affordable housing units we have right now in the city of Anaheim?
We actually do. We're a little over 4,000. We have a housing production report that actually outlines all of that. So the specific number is 4,572. And what that counts is all of our rentals, whether they're the deeper subsidies or those that have been done through tax credit programs and some of the home ownership where we've offered down payment assistance.
And do we have a projection as to how many, if we just keep up with whatever it is we're doing and do nothing differently, is there a projection of how many additional units we'll have produced in 5 years?
We have taken a look at what our pipeline is in terms of the land and the money that we have available. And we believe that we can produce about 1,000 to 1,200 units. But I will caution that, that is because we have land that we acquired that's a portion of it came through the resources of the redevelopment fund. And we still are living a little bit on the money that was left over by our redevelopment funds. And we've also, that money our predecessors invested well, but there does come, I know I sound like a broken record, but I think it's important to understand that there comes a date certain where the resources to buy land and to continue to get finance, that does expire. Our current projections based on our internal planning shows that, if we activate the majority of our lands and we gap finance those things currently without a recurring source of funds, we run out of funds in any really significant way in about 3 years.
So to clarify, if we were to do absolutely nothing differently in 3 years because of the land that we're basically leveraging, we'll have run out of that and we'll kind of be...
Right, what you will have left over would be the PLHN, Permanent Local Housing Funds, assuming we get, once we get our housing element certified, then the state will release that. That brings in about $3 million and some home funds from the federal government, which is about another $1 million. So you would accumulate those in maybe every other year or so, or depending on whether we're having to buy land as well, you could do a deal every couple of years that spits off about maybe 100 units every 3-4 years or something of that nature.
Okay. When it comes to our arena numbers and everything, it seems like we're always playing catch up in terms of creating more affordable housing units. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say because, the units at the very low and extremely low end of the spectrum, that does not get done without intervention from the housing authority. experience shows that you really do need multiple financing source, inclusive of your low-income housing tax credits, the resources that we have from the former redevelopment agency, and as we've come multiple times to this dais for, the CalOptimas, the earmarks from our different senators, and whatever other kind of creative money we can put into reducing the gap that exists between market rate and what it takes to build affordable housing.
Yeah, no, thank you for saying that. I'll echo my colleagues. I know that your team is very creative, right, in terms of trying to get different funding from different sources to try to make projects work. Are you able to share maybe kind of just, I know there's a multitude of them, but some of our sources of funding for some of these projects?
Certainly, and we're not too different from other jurisdictions in terms of the way affordable housing gets produced. Our major source, which represents in any of our deals about 45% of the money that goes into these deals, is the low-income housing tax credit program, which is a competitive program, and we apply to the state for. We have had resources from the housing set-aside, which we inherited from the redevelopment agency. We have gone after some county money, Mental Health Services Act dollars, the trust fund. In Orange County, there's been 2 trust funds, one is the government fund, which Councilman Fesson, I think Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz is on currently. And then we did have, for some period of time, access to a privately run trust fund, which I believe was primarily funded by Disney to the tune of about $5 million. And then of late, we've also gone to CalOptima, where they've had a couple of funding rounds, and they've provided a little bit of gap financing for the Tampico, for the Finnemore, and potentially another project. And we've gotten a little bit more innovative in asking our state and our federal lawmakers to attempt to put earmarks in for us, and so we have gotten that. Congressman Luke Correa secured $500,000 recently for us, and I know Senator Tom Umberg at one point got 5.5 for the acquisition of the Tampico. So that's some of it. I mean, there are other state funds that we can go after. There are big pots of money at the state, some that we don't qualify for, like some of the transit-oriented development money, which are big pots that are in line with the type of money that the low-income housing tax credit gives you. Because we're not in a transit-oriented development environment, we don't qualify for those.
Thank you. A clarifying question for you. Workforce housing and affordable housing, what's the difference between those two?
It's interesting because there's not necessarily a clear-cut definition of that, but typically, because workforce housing does run into the spectrum of affordable housing. There's multiple bands of income that need access to affordable housing. So workforce housing really is distinguished from the very low, deeply subsidized, in that you can go up to 80% of AMI in some programs, some home ownership programs, up to 120 of the average median income for an area, where the very low and the low really keep you below 50, at or below 50% of the average median income. But families that are working you can still find them in the bandwidth of 50%. So it's one of those terms of art that is used a little loosely, but not very specifically clearly defined. Paul, I don't know if you have a...
No, that explanation was perfectly right, as everybody who's working is in the workforce, so it's a little bit of a slippery term. But generally speaking, in the affordable housing world, workforce housing has generally been associated with moderate income housing of between 80 and 120% of area median income. And it's an important tranche to focus on, because you can't use low-income housing tax credits to build new housing at that household income level. And so it's a tranche of the affordable housing spectrum that has the fewest financial resources available to increase the supply.
Okay, thank you. So some of the slides highlighted, well, like this one, highlighted some of the things that we've implemented at the city level or that we're currently doing, I guess to the HCD team, are there any here that the ones that we currently have already implemented, are there some that you, with your experience, you have seen to lead to an increased production of affordable housing or something that we should be doing more of to be able to increase the affordable housing? And some of the ones that don't have check marks, in your expertise, I agree with my colleagues, this is a lot of information to digest, obviously, and I don't think we're gonna make any big decisions today. It's going to be an ongoing discussion and conversation, but is there something that, given your expertise, you would make that suggestion of this is something that we should be exploring or doing more of?
Well, certainly, we are grateful to the council for having the consideration of the trust fund, and I think when we bring that next week, there will be more discussion as to what we would like that to look like, and a kind of an employment for there to be real robust discussions around a recurring source of funding for that. It's great to have one upfront amount come into it, but I think a recurring source of funding is going to be important. And I think I would be remiss if I didn't say on behalf of the department that some sort of inclusionary should be, we would say that that may make a difference for us, particularly in the discussions when we are doing general plan amendments and we're adding value to multifamily areas. And I think that's something that's been discussed in several ad hoc committees, so it's not new. But I think if when we looked at this, when we took the deep dive of what we're doing versus what tools might be added to the toolkit, those were the two that rose to the top for us.
Thank you. And last question, so can you?
And Housing Trust Fund.
And then just last question, and I apologize if it's a repeat question as well. So currently, our goal is to create how many units of affordable housing, given the housing element?
Oh, based on the RENA numbers?
Yeah.
We have the RENA numbers here.
Yeah, it's a little more than half your 17,500 number for RENA, but it's a much smaller percentage of your quantified objective.
So we can give you the RENA numbers. I think just to be fair, we did engage in an exercise internally in terms of if we were to dream big and actually shoot for this to meet this goal, there's not enough tax credit rounds during the 8 cycles or enough money. It was a very large, we needed about 100 acres of land, and I forget how much money, it's in one of our slides in terms of if we were actually going to meet the RENA goals. So what we did instead was look at what would be our stretch goals internally if we really thought realistically what could we do if we had a lot of resources, and what we would like to do. I mean, if everything came to be, was be able to produce by 2030 with a variation of apartments and homeowners, something in the vicinity of 3,000 units. That's what we think is realistic for us if we had a number of tools available to us.
Thank you. And that's currently, and Sergio, I know you're in the audience. Can I ask you, do we have any numbers currently in terms of people that work in the city of Anaheim?
Yes.
Or
the employment count I have from the Census Bureau, sorry, it's the employment rate, not the actual number of employees.
We have 27,000 businesses in the city, but the exact number of employees, don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, so for the record, so it's 27,000 businesses that we currently have in the city of Anaheim, but we don't have the exact number in terms of employees or people that work in the city of Anaheim. I think that's correct, because he didn't correct me. Okay, so then let's say, obviously, we want to bring in more business to the city of Anaheim. How much does this change, or how much does it change for your team when you're talking about, bringing more workers or more jobs into the city of Anaheim, which is a great thing, but at the same time, are we producing housing at that rate? Do we have the ability to produce housing at that rate to match or meet that need and demand?
To be honest with you, I don't think that we have the ability to, to say for every low-income job, we have a housing unit. What we believe that we can do and what we hope to be able to do is to continue to aggressively move the needle, to put a dent in the problem, and continue be on a path to continuously producing something. We saw what happened during the period of 2012 to about 2015, 16 or so, when redevelopment went away and we kind of sheltered in place because we weren't sure what else was going to happen. And so during those years, nothing was produced. And we believe that has helped, contributed in some ways to the exacerbation of our local problems. But right now, we're on a pace where we are producing. But can we tell you, do we think we have the money or the bandwidth to be able to, let's even 50% of what all the jobs are would be difficult for us to match. Not only because of bandwidth, but it takes a lot of money. I mean, for example, for our stretch goal of 3,000 units, if we did everything gap financing, we bought some new land, we're talking about $200 to $300 million.
I think it's also important to remember that the scale of existing need for affordable housing, let alone how much you might need going forward in time as growth occurs, is substantial. And that's part of the reason why the RENA number is as large as it is. You have over 50% of your renter households who are overpaying for rent today, based on federal standards, and almost 30% of your homeowners. So the need is quite substantial just based on current conditions.
So to clarify, and these will be my last couple of questions, to really make an impact in actually creating more affordable housing units, making a positive impact would be around 200 to 300 million if we really wanted to meet those stretch goals.
If we were going to do our stretch goals and, and really think big in terms of what the department could do. And that was based on really looking at the, because we're realistic that we're always going to need the assistance of low-income housing tax credits. So we looked at, in the next 10 years, how many tax credit rounds are there? And if we're perfect and we hit every single one, what could we produce? And that's the number. That's how we came up with those numbers and that amount.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple questions. Sorry, I haven't asked one question yet. I think I agree that all of us share the goal of, we recognize that we need to build more housing. I think that is just a shared reality, and it is a shared goal. I don't know if, given all the information presented tonight, if this is something that we have an ad hoc housing committee that started this process, and maybe that's something that we want to whittle down what there's an appetite for and then what there's no appetite for, and maybe come back, especially in light of what's going to potentially be happening next week, just as a pragmatic way to have a path moving forward. So just want to throw that out there. But I feel like a little bit seeing where we were a year ago when we started this, and seeing a lot of in-depth information that is presented in this report, I'm still struggling to have a consensus of what Anaheim is missing. Looking at all of these options, looking at everything that we do, everything that we don't do, kind of what is your kind of expert opinion on what is the top thing that we're missing?
Well, I think at least in our view, as Grace was suggesting, access to financial resources is one of the biggest needs. That with the loss of redevelopment in 2012, for which 20% of your annual tax increment was set aside for affordable housing, that just vanished overnight. And it was the most important source of local affordable housing funding that you had. So trying to come up with new sources to replace that and grow it and leverage it so that whatever your dollar amounts are, you're using it to attract multiples more than just what you're putting into individual projects should be a very high priority. And so we've tried to identify for you, and Grace has talked about, several strategies to focus on the financing resources so that you have the ability to gap finance the very kinds of projects that are your highest priority among all the different needs that you have across both the income spectrum and the types of housing, both rental and ownership, that are important to you.
Thank you. And Grace, remind me, when redevelopment went away, what was that amount, year one?
We were, at the time redevelopment went away, we were into the fund was $15 million annually. I think at one point, and I will correct myself, I know Councilwoman Rubalcava asked me that number one time, and I said 17, and that was a combination of home funds and redevelopment. So I just was not a fully complete answer, but redevelopment funds by themselves was $15 million annually.
And do we have a sense of what that is in 2024 dollars?
Well, we could certainly multiply out for you. I'm not sure we can do it right here on the spot.
We did the calculation of how much has not been invested in affordable housing, assuming $15 million from that time to today, and that's $165 million, but we did not adjust for inflation.
But that wouldn't be annually. That's just over
that's from 2012 to 2024 in terms of assuming that redevelopment had continued. That's what that loss represents.
Okay. And I noticed that, I like the comment you made when you just said, that the pipeline is not going to grow. We know it's going to get exponentially smaller. So the purpose of this study was to look at several different options and find that pressure point that works for the city. And I guess my concern is, of course, replacing the funding stream. We recognize that in 3 years, it's going to be dried up. Potentially with the housing trust, we might have some options, but it's not going to anywhere be near what the amount that we need. So I think we need to be flexible in looking at more than one funding stream into the potential housing trust that is going to be, that potentially could be moving forward as just a city housing trust. But I think a larger policy concern for me as a policymaker is, do we have the majority of the affordable housing units that we are building? Are they spread around many developments, or are they all contained in one building?
The model that is the facilitated by the Housing Authority, that is developments where all the affordable housing folks are living in that unit, in that complex. So it is not with the exception of density bonus that we are seeing a little bit more of, like in our home ownership developments, like 100 West, that has 30 units peppered into the larger development. So with the exception of the density bonus units, when we're facilitating housing, all of our low-income families are in that complex.
So we're not spreading it around different districts. We're not spreading it around the city. We're not having low-income housing with market rate housing. It's majority of it is in one complex.
Our developments our developments are spread out throughout the city, and we try to do our best to balance our developments in different pockets of the cities. But when we develop as the Housing Authority, when we do gap financing, everybody lives in one building. The one example I think where we're trying it, we hope to be successful, is at the corner of Beach and Lincoln. We are attempting a new model, which is home ownership with some rental assistance and a little bit of retail. It is one of our first forays into blending a product, and if we're successful there, we working with economic development, also working on that type of a concept on Anaheim and Ball. But here to date, anything that the Housing Authority has done where it's gap financed, everybody lives together, and that's really because that's the tax credit model. In order to access those dollars, your units have to be 60% of AMI or below. You can blend as to who's extremely low or very low, but nobody in that particular building can exceed 60% of AMI, of the average median income.
Thank you. You know, we can call it incentive zoning, inclusionary zoning. There's a lot of different, words for it. But I look at it as asking a community benefit, no different than what we would ask anyone that's coming before us with a large project. And I think the most important thing for me in the discussions we had a year ago is that we treat everybody the same. And right now we have housing projects that are coming before us, and some people are doing 20% as their community benefit because that's how they're getting their larger project approved. And some people are doing nothing. And if I'm a developer and I'm penciling out a project and in the city of Anaheim, I want to know at the beginning, before I acquire the land, before I start building, what is going to be required of me. And I think the conversation we had a year ago is, what is that pressure point? And we looked at not up and down from Napa to San Diego, we were looking in Orange County about what cities have this type of requirement, whether it is a percentage of units built versus an in lieu fee, so that developers do know walking in there what is required of them. And I think that's a very important business concept going forward. Because we are going to have to look at several different options. And I know there was a comment made that government shouldn't build housing, but every time we go out for a tax credit, every time we ask Cal Optima, every time we get something from Lou Correa, that's our money. That's taxpayer money. We are subsidizing these units with our tax dollars. So both as a city and as a taxpayer, we're already building that housing and paying for that housing. And I think that we should, look at a way to spread it around more fairly so that we are treating everybody the same, but we are being realistic about the fact that we are going to run out of money going forward. So those are just my initial comments and questions. I think, Councilmember Rubalcaba, did you have another comment?
Thank you. Just a couple. So I'm looking at the housing element, and the low and extremely low, we have about 5,864 units that we have to build over the next 8 years. So that's about 733 units per year. So can you explain, I guess I'm kind of confused with the process because it sounds like we're a little disconnected. So we have affordable units being built through your department, but then we have TED and planning who's actually putting the housing element together. How do you guys work together?
Certainly, and I may phone a Fred and Ted if he doesn't think if my answer is complete. But the way we work together is that the housing element and the RENA numbers are provided to the city. The planning department puts together and really sets the table so that those units can be produced. That's where we look at overlay zones and where might there be an opportunity for developers who have the ability and the will to do it, to create those. And then we, as the housing authority, look at where can we help to further, particularly those units that are the low income and extremely low income units, because we know that those units they don't happen without our assistance. The moderate units potentially can happen, and as we've seen in other housing element our successes, the market has produced those market rate units. We have in our last housing element cycle, we actually exceeded what was needed at the market rate. But we work to try to get as close to as we can meeting goals of the RENA for those very low and extremely low units to the extent that we can.
So you mentioned that inclusionary is or whatever we want to call it, is the only way or one of the things in the toolbox. Can you describe what you see inclusionary as being?
So I wouldn't say only. It's certainly one of many things, and I will lean back to a discussion that we had really in the ad hoc committee, and it was a very broadly, a very contained conversation about where we are creating value, meaning that the land was not zoned for residential. Maybe it's commercial. And so by the city taking that action, we are creating value. Can we share in some of that creation of that value by asking for some low-income units there? So that would be the very defined situation under which I think that does help, because there have been situations where there has been rezoning of land that has created value, where right now what we have is a voluntary program where when we have the conversations with developers about can you voluntarily do that, a handful of them have provided a voluntary contribution that we do not define, we just accept. It's whatever they want to pledge. I think we've collected from 3 or 4 different. But and what they've said to us, it's because we don't have a policy, therefore it wasn't part of the land consideration. And so now on the back end of that conversation, it's not financially feasible to that. We had a roundtable a couple of years ago with developers, Councilman Fessel, maybe even Councilman Diaz was part of that, where we went to the development community and we said, if Anaheim was to implement this, give us your feedback. And the number one thing they told us is we need a level playing field. We need to know for certain whether or not there's a policy to that, because that affects our land price. So that's where my comment comes from having worked with maybe now, I think maybe 4 different ad hoc committees and having talked to developers through multiple roundtables about what that can look like under those limited conditions.
And were those affordable housing developers or like the Brookfields of the world?
It was both. We intentionally brought them both together.
So they were asking for us to have a policy related to inclusionary housing?
Yes, they weren't asking for a policy. They were saying that if you want us to help with this type of bringing forth affordable housing, you need to adopt the policy because you need a level playing field.
Yeah, as opposed to ad hoc decision-making project by project. And just to add one more point, recall that depending on how much affordable housing a developer is willing to contribute or is required to contribute, if the percentages line up right, they're entitled to a state-mandated
Well, that's what I was
density
getting at.
bonus.
So doesn't the state already pretty much have inclusionary housing in place? I mean, they basically say if you have 20% of your project, then you have parking concessions and other benefits that you get. So
well, it's a sliding scale depending on the income level and the percentage. And
but technically the same thing.
And it's allowable, it's not required. But if they do provide the specified percentages, the city must provide the density bonus and the other flexibilities.
But that's my point, is I feel like if we implement a policy like inclusionary that the state already has, and they have several benefits related to that, as local policymakers, we're tying our hands, we give our leverage. So the only thing protecting my district is the fact that there's no inclusionary. So when it comes to parking concessions, I mean, have you drove around District 3? I mean, there are parking challenges, and it's the low-income developments that are impacted the most because we've given away our leverage. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind when we're looking at policies that we think are helping affordable housing development, when in fact it's probably hurting the low-income communities even more. So that's my concern about, I do agree with you, Grace, that the more money we have to supplement development with the jamborees of the world or what is it, IHO, we just did a project with them. I think Rochelle's great. And we have a lot of these developers in the area who we can work with if we had the funding. I'm not necessarily sure I buy into the fact that this policy that would further tie our hands locally that already exists at the state level will develop 733 units per year. So that's just my concern, and I get the in lieu fee, but that's just, now we're just shaking down developers for a fee so they don't have to build affordable. I don't know how that's a level playing field. So those are my comments related to this. And then on the workforce versus affordable, so I do agree it would be great to explore that workforce initiative that you mentioned in the presentation. I came from the Orange County Business Council, and the workforce was basically just a term that we used to advocate for housing development for working class families, not necessarily affordable. Those are two different things. So I would say that's more mid-market development for, police officers, firefighters, teachers, people, City of Anaheim employees. Those are the people that we would be developing the workforce housing for. So
And remember that that's based on household income, not just the salary of
Right.
the individual.
and it's not a net, that actually isn't a term, right? That's not an affordable, it's not in the housing element. So.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Great conversation about housing. Just an example to your point, Councilmember Rubalcaba, there is a developer in District 4 on Midway who started with a plan with no affordable housing, all market rate, but he couldn't get the wall where he wanted it. He couldn't provide enough green space and setback. So what did he do? Put in some affordable housing. Now he's getting everything he wants. And that's without the city forcing anything, but because, and I say he, I don't know if it's a he or a she, able to work with that. He understood what he had to do to, exactly how many units he had to add of affordable housing to get what he wanted to put on that property. So they do have benefits already. One of the things, Grace, on the question, you said there were 4,500 and something affordable units. Were those built in the last few years? How did you get that number? Or where does that number come from?
That's our total, that's our inventory. We go back and we count everything. We give ourselves credit for everything we've done.
For everything we've done.
And the reality is that those are units that are available today, either through our project-based voucher interest list or through our affordable housing. So they are units that families can access.
Okay, but we really don't have a true number. I mean, we don't know what mom and pop is renting that duplex for. We don't know. I mean,
So these are units that have a covenant on it. I mean, there's for some reason, they came either for a senior density bonus, or they took financial assistance from us. And so there's a covenant on it that requires affordability. So you're right. Those that that do like what we call naturally occurring housing, we would know about those.
Right. So we likely have a lot more than the 4,500 or so. One thing I think we need to always remind ourselves of is as we're building more and more affordable housing, we need to protect the stock we have. I look at some areas, whether they be in the Ponderosa area, the Ganita Lane area, we need to protect those in some way. And I know it's not part of the housing authority, it may be more code enforcement, but we've got folks living there. We want them to continue living there, improving the quality of life because some of these places are horrible. But we need to ensure that the city is doing something to protect those renters and those properties from turning into slums so that they're really undesirable places to live. Because I don't want people who are really low income to all land up in those places and they're virtually unlivable. So just something we need to keep in mind.
Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Ted, I have some questions specific to you. We've spent a lot of time talking about our RENA numbers. And the Anaheim RENA numbers for this update is over 17,000. Can you remind us what Santa Ana's are?
Can't, but I can
I think
tell
it's
you,
a third of that, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, it's definitely lower, and the formulas are very complicated based on income levels, and so there's a lot that goes into it. So Santa Ana's are lower than us. Garden Grove, though, is 19,000. So Garden Grove is higher than us. Fullerton, with half the land area, still has about 14,000 units. So We've, actually in relation to many cities around us, actually our number isn't as high as it could have been. In some scenarios, it was looked at to be potentially 27,000 units. However, we had a lower number because of some of the income levels in the community.
So Ted, in addition to the RENA numbers, which are our overall targets, we have another number that I think our consultant was going to touch on, and we didn't give him a chance to, which is a target that we believe is achievable. Is that correct?
That's correct. So, and I mentioned it in my presentation. So the RENA, and I like that. I think it's important to use that term target. The RENA is a target, and candidly, I don't think it's a realistic target. And I think most people believe that it's an aspirational target. And unless we had greenfield development with, and we were the Anaheim of the 1950s, we're not going to get anywhere near that number. We haven't historically, and I would not expect us to. However, as I mentioned in the last planning cycle, the 5th cycle, we produced about 8,000, just over 8,000 units, so roughly half of that number. And our quantified objective for the 6th cycle is also in the neighborhood of 8,000 dwelling units, or approximately 1,000 per year. So we think that's more realistic, still aspirational in some senses, and still subject primarily to the strength of the private market to deliver that, really regardless of what programs we have in place. If the interest rates go up, and as we know, the value of industrial land has made it more difficult for housing production. So there's a lot of variables that are completely outside of our control at the local level that determine how many units would actually be produced.
Ted, thank you. I have one last question, I think, for Grace. And Grace, thank you for your patience with all of us. So you told us we'd need something in the neighborhood of $300 million. And how many acres?
It was 90 to 100 acres is what we estimated. If we were going to meet, if we were dreaming big, really in this case, really just fantasizing that we were going to meet that we were going to meet the RENA.
Would that meet the RENA, or would that meet our qualified objective?
So the quantified objectives are numbers that we internally developed, so that, the RENA is what they tell us, and then we go back and we tell them what we think. At least on the affordable housing, we think that's good try, but this is what we really think what we can do. And so the quantified objectives we do tend to meet because we establish them. And so in our quantified objectives, we've listed around 900 units.
Okay, so and I think you said something in the neighborhood of 100 acres, based upon the fact that the city is fairly built out. Now, I don't know what your total acreage is that you have as part of your portfolio, but it's in little bits and pieces all over the place. And they're slivers, and they're odd-shaped, and they're, left over from Caltrans remnants and everything.
Right.
They're hard to do much with. Is that correct?
That's correct. The places where we have a little more success is when we're assembling sites, such as the Karcher site, but it takes some time to assemble sites. We're dependent on willing sellers often, and opportunities that arise.
Well, I see certainly a concern about the need for funds, but I also see a huge concern about the land issue. And yes, are there 100-acre vacant land pieces in Anaheim? You're going to have to look for those. I'm not sure you can. And I'm just wondering, we keep talking about the money, which is fair enough, but I'm talking about, where do we put these? If we could find the funding, will we find the land? Maybe that's the question I have.
That would be tough, and obviously, there's a price for everybody. I would assume if we went to somebody and say, hey, we're gonna pay over market, you could do that, but that's not what we would be suggesting at all. But yes, that we would be challenged with finding, just open land throughout the city. We are a built-out city, so where we really are able to impact is opportunities that come our way, and there are some. We have 3 or 4 right now that we're navigating and hoping to be able to do something. But is it 100 acres or 50, 60 acres? No, we're really dealing in parcels that we're cobbling together 2 to 3 acres, and if we're super lucky, maybe 4 or 5. But that's probably the largest amount of land that we're holding for any one site.
Okay, so again, my concern about the land is valid then. Okay, Arnie. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I just wanted to kind of weigh in on the spreading out of some of the affordable. And some of the units or some of the projects that we've built, especially for the very low and low income, they provide additional services for those residents, and they provide on-site daycare, and they provide classes, and they provide some, financial services, or, they really help create success for these families moving forward. And so I like that model. Not that we put them all in one area of the city. They certainly, are spread out among the city, and that's great. But when you create a project with enough of a density there where you can provide those services to those residents, I think that's very important too, and is more successful in the long run for those people.
Councilmember Leon?
Just one last question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Grace, have we in the past, Councilmember Fessel's question prompted this question, where we're talking about land, so basically building from scratch affordable housing units. Have we in the past purchased existing buildings and converted them into affordable housing units?
We have. I think probably that once upon a time we were very heavily involved in preservation of neighborhoods. Jeffrey Lynn, Hermosa Village being one, where we acquired 500 units and converted them to affordable housing. We've done something similar to that, not quite on that scale, at Avon, Dakota. So that's our neighborhood preservation model, which these days is a little bit more dormant because it does require resources for that.
Got it. So if let's say, you made a wish, right, or something, that you suddenly have some of these funds to be able to try to make an impact on this, it doesn't necessarily just have to be on open spaces. It can be on existing properties or buildings that we can go in and actually increase the affordable housing stock without necessarily having to build from scratch. Is that correct?
Combination. I mean, we talked about the motel conversion ordinance earlier and how successful that has been. That's a prime example of a reuse of taking something that was commercial and converting that to affordable housing. And we now have a couple of examples of that in Buena Esperanza, in Studio 6, and here shortly at Tampico.
No, thank you.
Just if I may, just one other thought on the land supply question, which is a very important question, of course. But you also have presumably a lot of underdeveloped commercial land. You have strip centers, and you have in some cases, potentially failing shopping centers. And there's a lot of work being done all over California to essentially change the use of those properties so that they can supply both market rate and affordable housing. And so it's not necessarily an issue about just looking for vacant land.
And then finally, just wanted to echo Mayor Pro Tem's comment about making sure that obviously we're focusing on building out more housing, but also taking a look at our neighborhoods to ensure, I know at least one neighborhood that we've had multiple conversations about, to ensure that that quality of life isn't diminished. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, do we want to put this back in housing ad hoc committee to just see if there's some palpable suggestions amongst the 3 people on that committee? Natalie, Rubalcaba, me, and Fessel.
I I think it would be most productive if we wait to see what happens with the Housing Trust Fund so that you had an entire, that ad hoc had kind of a complete package of what's available, and then we can talk about.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, by the time we probably get something on calendar and get the three of us together, I think next week we'll be here before we know it. But just as far as giving staff direction, is that an acceptable path moving forward? Okay. Does anyone have any other comments or questions on this item? Thank you very much, Grace, to your and to the whole team. That was a very robust and informative discussion. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you from the H&A team.
And Mayor and City Council, are we going to motion to receive and file the draft report that was presented?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to receive and file. Thank you.
Councilmember Rubalcaba? And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays.
So item 15 is a public hearing. Will the clerk please read?
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 15 is a public hearing for development agreement number 99-01, and the project location located at 321 West Catella Avenue and 300, 400, and 500 West Disney Avenue between Disney Way and Catella Avenue, approximately 700 feet east of Harbor Boulevard.
Mr. City Manager, can we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Deputy City Manager White, please.
Good evening again, and again with me this evening are Amanda Loffer, Associate Planner, and Heather Allen, our Deputy Director. This is a request to extend the performance timelines for the 2 remaining hospitality components of the Anaheim Garden Walk project, which are Hotel 2 and the Westgate Vacation Ownership Resort. Anaheim Garden Walk is a specialty retail dining, hospitality, and entertainment center located on approximately 20 acres in the Anaheim Resort between Catella and Disney and west of Clementine Street. In 1999, the City Council approved the Point Anaheim project at the time on the subject property. See Councilmember Fessel nodding his head there. The approvals included a development agreement and environmental documents covering the proposed components of the project. At full build-out, the Point Anaheim project, which was subsequently renamed the Anaheim Garden Walk project, was approved to include approximately 500,000 square feet of retail dining and entertainment space, 3 hotels with up to 1,266 rooms, including 400 of which could be vacation ownership units, and a 3,200 parking space garage, and a transportation center. Since the original project approval, the entitlements and development agreement for the project have been amended several times, and the developer subsequently assigned the agreement to 3 other responsible parties: STC Garden Walk, Garden Walk Hotel 1, and Westgate Resorts Anaheim. All of those are LLCs. The City Council is required to determine annually if the property owners have complied in good faith with the terms and conditions of the agreement, including timeframes for development milestones. At the December 5th, 2023 council meeting, the council determined that the project was not in compliance with the terms and conditions of for the 2023 review period. Namely, that was related to the timing associated with the 2 remaining hotel components for the project. Council then directed staff to provide the applicant notice of intent to establish new development timeframes for Hotel 2 and the timeshare, and that is what we are doing here this evening. STC Garden Walk LLC was responsible for the retail dining and entertainment center and the parking structure components of the project. Those components of the project are all constructed, and there are no outstanding obligations under the agreement. Westgate Resorts Anaheim LLC is responsible for the development of a 399-unit vacation ownership resort to be constructed on top of the existing parking structure for Garden Walk. The DA required the developer to obtain a building permit by December 27th, 2019, and open for business by December of 2023. Although the developer obtained the building permits for the project, the permits have since expired and the project was not constructed. The developer now proposes changes to the project design that will require a new final site plan. As stated in the letter attached to the staff report, the developer requests that the timeframe be extended to require a building permit to April 15th, 2025, or approximately 15 months from now, and to open the business within 24 months following commencement of construction. Garden Walk Hotel 1 LLC is responsible for the development of 2 hotels within the project area. Construction of the first hotel, the 466-room JW Marriott, was completed and opened in August of 2020. For the second hotel, the development agreement required that construction begin by November of 2023 and the hotel be opened by May of 2026. As stated in the developer's letter of request, the request now is for the new timeframe to begin construction be extended by 2 years to November of 2025, and the timeframe to complete construction be extended to May of 2028. Due to the challenging market conditions cited in the developer's letters of request, staff believes the additional time would assist both parties in delivering high-quality hospitality projects that will enhance the Anaheim Garden Walk project and the overall resort area. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions by the council at this time? Okay, seeing none. Before we move to comments from the applicant, are there any ex-parte communications council needs to disclose? I'll now open the public hearing. I'll start the hearing with the applicant. Following that, the city clerk will announce any comments received electronically and invite in-person speakers to address city council. After receiving all public comments, the applicant will be given an opportunity to provide closing remarks. I'll now invite the applicant to address the council, and the time limit for your presentation is 20 minutes.
Good evening, Nicole Kuklak-Waldman from Collaborate on behalf of Westgate Resorts. I promise you I will not take 20 minutes. And Ms. Mayor, I just want to let you know I too am a rosary girl. From earlier, it was making me laugh. So again, my name is Nicole Kuklak-Waldman, and I'm here on behalf of Westgate Resorts. We really just want to say we appreciate staff's work with us on the revised timeline. It's been a complicated market process, but we're excited to be moving forward. We're really grateful to Amanda and Elaine and the entire team at Planning to make this happen, and we're really excited about moving forward. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, but we respectfully request you do approve the extended timeline so we can get moving, and we're really thrilled to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we're going to open up for public comment. Madam Clerk, can you please call forward any speakers and announce any electronic public comments?
Mayor, it looks like we have one public comment coming forward now.
And just, we do have the second applicant here who is here to.
Sorry, thank you. I'm so sorry, Mr. O'Connell.
Oh, that's
Please
quite all
begin
right.
your 20 minutes.
Oh, no, I'll take less time than the
Brevity
previous
is the greater
applicant.
part of wit.
So, and it's like a Servite Rosary reunion tonight, so. That's true. I'm sorry, Councilmember Fessel. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight, but all we're asking is for another 2-year extension in order to develop that second parcel of land. It's, you know, the current economic conditions are making it very tough for any development. It's high interest rates, so on and so forth. The lending's a big challenge for us as well. So that's all I have to say for this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So now just want to request to see if we have any public comments or any electronic public comments.
Noting for the record, Mayor, we don't have any electronic comments on the public hearing. We did receive one public comment card from Mark Herbert, and he is outside the noticed area, so he'll be given 3 minutes to address council on this item.
Mark Herbert, I have two areas. One, does this proposal's environmental impact report, does that wait if this is delayed, or has that already been submitted? Okay. I'll just have to dig right in here. This project, along with all projects in Anaheim, bump into the housing problem. So I would like to take my 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go through again the 6-cycle housing element. And I'll just go through the charts, a couple numbers that stick out in my mind. The city traditionally has the hardest time, as shown by the table 3, producing very low income and low income housing. Permits issued in 2023 were in those two categories 105 units. And if you throw in moderate income housing, which is also considered affordable housing, it brings it up to about 180. So 180 units, 180 units in 2023. There's been some news in 2023 where that should be taken with a grain of salt because we lost the 48 units affordable in the Walnut Village apartments. Those will no longer be affordable when the remodeling's done. So that really reduces what is a small number by about 25%. And then you look at the terms of the number of permits issued in 2023, 965 units. Now let's just take that. You guys seem more interested in the quantified objective, which is 7,900 units for the 8-year planning period. If we continue to do 1,000 units a year for the remaining 6 years of the cycle, we're still short of the number that you guys seem to be shooting for, which is 7,900 units. It's just not, what I'm concerned about is this is a growing problem when you compare it to the 5th housing cycle. And our biggest partner is Disney, which we only get a chance to look over their plans about every 30 years, and we're in one of those periods. So I don't see the rush of trying to deal with such a large problem as housing, and also considering the Disney expansion plan.
Mr. Herbert, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes our public comment cards.
Okay, with no further public comments, would either applicant 1, or applicant 2 like to return and provide any closing comments? You have 10 minutes. Okay. I'll now close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments by my council colleagues? Councilmember, we'll have one public council comment. Councilmember Rubicova?
I was just going to say, I think that it's thank you to staff and to the businesses who are coming just to rectify the issue, right? So I'm glad that they're asking just for an extension. TOT revenue is very important to the city as we are looking to build additional housing. That revenue with Mayor Pro Tem's efforts to help adjust the TID could potentially lead to additional funds. I'm hoping that you guys will choose to contribute to the TID as you self-assess on that front. But I have no issues with this, and I would second the motion made by Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
I just had a very quick clarifying question. Said this is a project that has already made its way through the Planning Commission, previous councils, has already been approved. All we're voting on is just giving them a bit more time to get construction going. Is that correct?
That is correct, including the environmental associated analysis that has been associated with. All entitlements are in place, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I believe we have a motion and a second by Councilmember Rubicova. So please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim establishing a performance time schedule for the commencement and construction of Hotel 2 as set forth in the Second Amended and Restated Development Agreement Number 99-01 between the City of Anaheim, Garden Walk 1 LLC, and determine that the previously approved Ponte Anaheim initial study and mitigated negative declaration and associated addenda are the appropriate environmental documentation for this request. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim establishing a performance time schedule for the commencement and construction of Vacation Ownership Resort Number 1 as set forth in the Second Amended and Restated Development Agreement Number 99-01 between the City of Anaheim and Westgate Resorts, and determine that previously provided Ponte Anaheim initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and associated addenda are the appropriate environmental documentation for this request. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Just as a reminder, item 16 was continued at the beginning of the meeting to May 7th, 2024. Next is our report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
No reportable actions, Mayor.
And do we have any remaining speakers from the first public comment time?
Mayor, there are none.
And so now we have future agenda requests by council members. Does anyone have items that they would like to put on a future council agenda? Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. I would just like to add the Anaheim PD Baker to Vegas running team to come in for recognition. And then also, if possible, to bring in the Harden family just for their, these are actually, this business is in Councilmember Fessel's district, but I just would like to recognize them for their generosity. There was a family who lost a member of their family and their vehicle, and they actually donated a car to the grieving husband. So I would like to bring them in just to recognize small businesses and their efforts. And then Jim, if we can look at, I know somebody has asked for this, and maybe I have as well, and maybe I missed the memo, but I would love to see a parcel audit on commercial vacant land in our city. And I'm going to give you, so I just would like to see like how many vacant commercial properties do we have? And not looking at related to housing. I'm looking at it more, what's our policy for getting absentee landlords to do something with this property, whether it's to put businesses on it, but to leave it vacant is just at this point not good for our city. And then I'd also just like to look at, and I'll talk to you about this offline, this is about a business in my district that just doesn't pay attention to the blight that is currently located on their property. So,
okay, thank you very much. With no other business before the council, I would like to close the city council tonight in remembrance of Andres Bonillo Pacheco, and we stand adjourned until April 2nd.